Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It is Thursday, the 29th of June 2023, and we're carrying on with our Shapes run today. We made good progress, having good fun with the game, nice chill times, and things are moving really fast to the level we're at now, which is just pretty cool to see. We're at level 21, and today I would like to push and try and get to level 27. We'll see how it goes. We can only make as many shapes as we can make, but it'd be pretty cool to get to 27. That's the point where you move into what they call free play, where the objectives are kind of randomized, and it's kind of just a break point to a different point in the game. Be quite interesting to get to there. I've looked ahead a bit on the wiki at like what to expect, not in terms of the specific shapes and what to do, because I'm happy to deal with them as we see them. Deal with them bit by bit, but the kind of bigger strategy of what to expect. If we hop in, I can talk a little bit about what I mean by that. Spoilers though, if you wanted to see it all one at a time. I have spoiled myself, so now I'm going to spoil you all. We have our upgrades currently at tier 8 on everything, and we're now at the point where each upgrade is a bit less valuable. Everything wants these 3 shapes, and what I have seen is that this is it forever now, until I don't even know what the top tier is. Quite some way away from here, 20 something maybe, not sure, but there's a bunch of tiers left to progress little by little. Maybe more than 20. I mean, we'll find out eventually, but they all need just these shapes now. So in total, to the end of the upgrade tree, we need something like 20 billion of this first purple shape and 10 billion of these other 2. So made a good start, 2 million of the first one, but some way to go. It's, you know, a few days on end at our current production rate, but you know, in the background we'll tick up anyway, and it will speed up tier by tier a little bit. In any case, in terms of the longer term strategy, we need these 3 shapes forever now, like until we reach the end of all the upgrades. So that's just something that's interesting, that does affect the kind of approach that we take, and I'm glad that I know that now when it comes to planning things out. So this kind of production area for is this the purple shapes or the other one? I think this is the logo shape, yeah. And then the production area over here making the purple shapes. We're making probably too many of the purple shapes. We have shrunk it down a bit. Not a big deal. We could probably shrink it down more, but they're going to be wanted forever. The blueprint shapes also presumably going to be wanted forever, in that we're always going to want to be able to cut and copy and paste and stuff like that. So we're going to want to produce them as well, but potentially filter our inputs here so that certain other things get prioritized. Look, at the moment, while we've got over 1 million blueprint shapes, we could be allowing more of the purple shape in instead, because that's a bit more valuable on balance. So we might look at that at some point. The shape for our progression, which is about to tick over, about to hit level 22, once we've got this one done, that's it. So we can rip that all out now. Just check what we've unlocked here. Item filtering. So we can give it a signal. Route items either to the top or to the right, depending on whether they match the signal from the wire layer. Okay. So from the picture, it looks like if they match the signal we feed in, they go straight up, and if they don't, they go to the right. You can also pass in a 1 or 0 to activate or disable it. That's kind of cool. So you can stop the flow entirely. Like, you could allow everything to carry straight, but stop the flow entirely with a switch. We may have a use for that. Very cool. But as to my previous point, we just don't need this shape anymore, ever. Unless by random chance it comes up again, you know, at level like 300 or something, because it's quite a complicated one. But the randomly generated shapes could ask for the same thing in theory, but you know, it's not needed for now. So we're going to rip out this entire massive thing that we built in the last session, which was cool to do. We won't do this again. The quad painters are requiring so much ink. I don't think we're going to use quad painters in general. But we can rip this out. And the shape that we need here, this kind of, I don't know, speedometer type thing, little gauge. we just need the 25,000 and then that's done. So we're going to follow that same logic through the 20s until we get to the level 27 of just making 4 full belts of the shape it asks for. When we get to level 27, that is this, what they call the rocket shape, needed for the upgrades. That's also needed for the progress of that tier. So we're going to work through our progression ones until we get to that, and then we'll be making the rocket shape, both for the progress and for the upgrades. And at that point, we might rearrange what we've got, tidy it up a bit in preparation for the free play stage of things. So now that's all I've really spoiled myself on, is how many of these shapes are actually needed, at what point can we cut them out, and so on. What other ones might have been needed, and interesting to know, but you know, we need to work towards 20 billion of those purple shapes. It's quite a few. But you know, it'll just tick up in the background while we work on other things. I'm not a particularly quick builder, and we are building at a scale that's really not necessary. Free play is a whole different requirement to it. It behaves differently. But we'll deal with that and how that works when we get to it, rather than now. For now, we need a green quarter circle, red quarter circle, white half circle, yellow half circle. Is that a white? No, a yellow quarter star. So every full belt out needs a belt and a half of circles. And a quarter belt of stars. So we need, to make our 4, we need 1 belt of stars and 6 belts of circles, plus I can work out the colours in a bit. Less. I'm going to use double painters, so yeah, we'll work that out in a bit. Circles and stars, those are simple shapes. Very simple, so we can work quite closely. We still would like to work in the bottom section here to feed into the empty gap we've got available, rather than juggling anything around at the moment. Maybe a bit more circles than that, and that's probably not enough room to work in. This kind of region would be nice, although I do not see any plain circles there. I don't think we want to work with like a circle with a pointy bit on it, because the balance would be well off. The ratio there, we want circle, which we could mine up close and send out. It's always an option. I mean, what is there? There's circles all over the place. No stars though. We could mine up half star, half square and just bin off the square bit. Or half star, half circle and circles would work like this. Are there any circles over here? Not really. Okay. Like I say, we could just like mine that. It's a bit close to what we're making here, a bit confusing maybe, but we can do it. Mine it and send it out. If we did that, what would we need? I don't think the balance on that is good either. And this patch is pretty small. Very small, actually. That gets us half a circle and half a star on 1 belt. Do need to think about how we do that. Two, 3, and let's put a 4th in there. So those 4 lines are getting us 2 circle, 2 star, which is overkill. We don't need that much star. We need that much star. That gets us 1 star and 1 circle. We would then need 5 circle, just circles. Can we get 5 off this patch? Doesn't look likely. No, we can get 3. Rather it neater somewhere else. All the way back here, just send it further out. It's an option. And we could use that one then. Try that. Can we get 5 of this patch? Get 4. We might just have to go further out where there's a bigger patch of circles. Let's try that. Just run along the line. Past the weird shapes into the bigger patches. Circle. Circle and star or jellyfish. Or any shape, I guess, that's got a pointy bit. There's jellyfish and there's circle, so we might be able to work back here. 2 rows of these. Gets us the stars, and then 5 rows of circles get added. It's still not quite the right ratio, really, to make things simple. As in, we need to bring all that together. We could take the circles that come out of here and turn them green. They could be that quarter. Because we need to make 4 full belts. 1 of them, 6 of them. Yeah. So we could just take these and turn them green. I mean, green's right next door. And then from over here we do the red, the white and the yellow. And then bring them all together further up or whatever. I think it works fine. So of the 2 belts here, we want to do some cutting. Into quarters, probably easiest. What do I need these days? I need 4 cutters per line. Do we have a design to copy for that? This type of thing? Yeah. That's not particularly complicated. We're dyeing it first here, which we wouldn't do in this case. Nope, fine. Just take that line, turn it around maybe? I need to, do I? Then this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Split the line. 1, 2, 3, and in it goes. Feed that line in next to it. Sure. Fine. Join the outputs together. How are we going to do that? It's turning... So this cuts 4 items. So that's 4, that's 8. So 2 cutters could form 1 line. If we rotate first. Or we don't bother. Which means they're kind of going to clash. We might want to move all that. Do that a bit different. Which means we might want to do that a bit different. We can cut and paste in a second. Let's assume we do it this way, so that's need to leave a gap to go under, and that needs the upgraded one. Like that should all line up, but they can just run in nice and simple. So they're all facing the way they're facing and form 1 line. Never seems right, but it is. Yeah, that's fine. 1 line into 4 of each constituent part. Yeah. Fine. Keep this quite simple. I mean, it's not going to live here for long. We're just making the 25,000, then we're done. Might just make a mirror of it. I don't really need to worry about what it looks like if it's not going to be around for long. Move that up, and then I can copy paste it. Missed a bit on the end there, but there we go. So that is, yeah, 4 lines of quarter stars, 4 lines of quarter circles, or 1 line of circle. Numbers are half making sense in the head. We're all good. Let us, what do we need to do? We need to get the stars to turn yellow. Yeah. Which we can, you know, make wherever, send it over. Need some yellow for other stuff as well, so I might make that down here. Feed it in. Going to turn the quarter circle green, which is living here. So if we just bring them, juggle these around, rotate them, juggle them around, bring them together. So the stars are always top right, so that one's good. That one's going counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. 3 and 4. So there's 4 lines of them all facing the same way. And then if these are going to be the green circles, they all need to be top right. It's 180 degree. That's clockwise once. There we go. Line them up as well nearby. So to dye them green, I should make a... We can, if I get used to it, we can save a little time if I use markers. So if I copy the key to that, there's that marker. And then I'm just going to get one here. If we copy that key, stick it in the middle somewhere, and then I can use here to, yeah, quickly move between the two, so I can grab designs from here, copy paste them, copy that, zip over here, and then line these up. Probably not going to use that bit of red there, that's fine. Just need a bit of space to get the colour in, which that should be enough. Go for that there. Is that all good? We got that right. It's 4 double machines. Double machines, 2 per second, but it's doubled. So that is 4, so that is 16, yeah. And then the input shape goes in there, gets split out between them all. Both sides, the same thing. Yeah, seems fine. Plug the shapes into them. Then do we need 4 lines of green, or does this split off? The mixer is using 2 green dye per second. So it's only 2 lines of green that we need. I might turn them round or something. How are we gonna... Yeah. Send them over this way. It's a little awkward with them there. We might have to move all this up a bit. That needs to go there, split. One lot goes under. Rest goes in there. Which, if we're doing that, do I want to move it away one? Doesn't really matter. That's fine there. One there. Split there. And there. 4 lines of green top right quarter circles. Let's bring them together over here. That's part of the puzzle done. Just, yeah, that doesn't quite line up so good now. Could I... Got space to move it all back one, haven't I? Kind of. No, 1 isn't really enough. Yeah, let's take another approach. Let's grab that much. Move it up a bit. That'll do. These guys are going to run here. That one and that one. Move them so they're lined up. Move them to where they should be. We can fix that. There we go, a bit better. There's them bits. These bits are coming over this way just because we're going to have yellow dye over this way anyway. There's 4 lines that need yellow dye. That's not the most efficient way of doing it, I guess. We can conserve the dye if we join these together into a star, dye the star, and then cut it back up. It would use less yellow dye, which we're not going to need as much as we would with quarter painters, so I'm quite happy to just make the extra yellow dye, I think. Just a thought. We could also dye them before we cut them, and then re-dye the yellow quarter circles into green or whatever. Use them, so they are needed, you know, as a half. I think, you know, whatever. It's fine as it is. We currently need 2 lines of yellow to do this, and we will need yellow to do the half circle, which will be as half circles. We're going to need 4 lines of them, so we need 4 lines of yellow in total. Yellow is green and blue, I think. So 4 green and 4 blue. Then I need to grab... We don't really dye much here, do we? Colour mixer? Yeah. 2-stage one like this will do fine. Where are we? Over here somewhere? Yeah. 4 of these, which can live... Just forward a bit. You line this up first. Just bring the blues over to where they're going to be. Say there. That's not needed, is it? You can fit 8. You can get an underground to go under 8, so these can be 8 wide. So we'll do that. No, that's awkward. When you want to get the blue to go under the green, that would be a little awkward. So because they're different, we'll do it like this. So first blue's coming off there, so I can paste the last thing I copied. Let's say there. Green into that side. Send the blues under. It's 4 lines of yellow. That's not yellow. That's cyan. Okay. Blue and red is purple. So it must be red and green. Must be red and green. That makes yellow. No big deal. Just need to feed some red in instead. Which is one right here, if we could do that neatly at all. Give it a go. Just clear this up for a second. Just wash that out. Should have checked before I started, I guess. I wasn't sure. Never mind. Just when I cut this, it's going to delete all that. They can fit neatly there. Line them up there. Can we line the reds up there? Yeah, very nice. Feed the greens in. Set up the undergrounds. Feed the reds in. This will make yellow. There we go. This time, 4 lines of yellow as ordered. Good. 2 of them are going to dye these shapes. So let's... these outputs are probably going to go a different direction. Just keep them straight for now. Grab all that. Add that on the end here. Send these shapes into there. Bring the colour over. Squeezed ourselves a bit. We'll have to send some things a different direction. That's fine. Send our circles north instead of the way they're currently pointing. Okay. Yellow quarter pointy bits. That's all good. We could just join these together. No, we can't. They don't go on top of each other. The order that we stack stuff on top of each other is going to be important to make the shape right or correct. But that's fine, other than I fed too much in there. Silly me. We can split that one there, which means just move that forward a bit. Split that one there and the rest goes in there. Split that one there and the rest goes in there. It's fine, they only need half a line in each row. Perfect. Let's bring these out this side. And then we're going to cut them in halves. Every one that... No, wrong thing, hang on. One with a little arrow on is what I'm after, there we go. Every half that we're using is the top halves. They all want to be top halves. We can join them, then rotate them. Rotate them, then join them. Does it matter? 4 outputs is 1 belt, however you do it. But it can create something more compact. We saw before if we rotate, so clockwise, counter, clockwise and counter, then those 3 that are all next to each other can be joined into one line coming out that direction. This one goes next to it. It keeps things very compact here rather than juggling before we rotate them. So, you know, I kind of like that. Seems good. I think we got the space here for what I'm after. I'm sure they're pointing the right direction for what I'm after though. Yeah, might come this way instead. Hopefully we've got enough room over the top to do this. Should do. Or we can... Not sure how to rotate all that around. Kind of want to, yeah, I don't know, juggle things a little different, but that's fine. If we put all the machines in a row, it's not going to fit, so why don't we do something different, like... Bring these all this way. Over and in, maybe? Kind of. Don't really like that. The other way round? Or on that either. Doesn't quite fit. Very close though. And we can move the circles back within that bit, can't we? So why don't we do this? We'll move them back. Put that there. Put them back to there. We just need a little splitter things on them. Feed it in. Copy paste. And come up here with that. So that gives us 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 half circles. Something about that doesn't seem right. We need 8 like 4 like that, 4 like that, so that's 8, and then we need quarter circles. 4 lines, yeah, so this top one I want to change to make quarter circles, all of which are the top left quadrant. Cutter, the bigger one, there we go. All of these want to be the top left. So that one's good. That one is counterclockwise. No, clockwise once. 180 counterclockwise. And they should join in a similar fashion. Brings it a little further this way, I guess, but that's fine. I'm not actually using all of the green here, so we'll just overlap it slightly. Can't move any further north because we wouldn't get the first lot of circles unless we turned them again. But I don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're fine where we are. 4 lines of top left quarter circles which need turning red. That's fine, there's plenty of red nearby. Of this lot, we've got some of the yellow here to use, so that this all might need to move forward again. It's a messy approach to it all, but we'll get it done. That's what matters. Let's try and tidy this up. If the circles can't go that close. How's there? There's good. Leaves up a bit of space there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That one into there. Kind of squished it too close, but like I say, this isn't hanging around for very long, so it doesn't need to be that pretty. We'll live with it. And that one there. Should get the colours in so we get our yellow half, which is the top layer. Good. No. Wrong kind of splitty thing. My bad. Get used to it eventually. We're missing a little bit of belt on that side. Okay. Good. What else is there? So white half circles are the next thing here. Can't get the white dye in if I keep all this lined up. So I guess we're going to have a gap now. We'll live. There's somewhere where they can line up nicer. So there is good. There's fine. First one in. Leave a little gap. Don't need one. Can go there. And that one in there. Fine. Then it's ready. So we need some white dye. Which we got the 3 colours here, that's fine. I haven't given myself a little tag to jump to over here yet. Oh, I deleted the one. There is no white here, is there? Or it's not being done in a single run. It's being done in 2 stages, yeah. Let's see if I can remember the more compact version. Just build one out and then we'll juggle it around. It was like paint mixing it that way and then there? Or there? Must be there, I should think. Look at that, so that goes under that. going to run up to another one there. Something doesn't quite look right. I swear it was like more compact than that. Yeah, I thought it was. Would that work though? Wouldn't be that way. Bear with. Let me go look at the picture again. This is correct. Yep. This is correct. This is how we had it before. Hi, Trobite. Nice to see you again. Yeah, the picture, I was just checking it now. Scrolled up a bit and found it there. You go under this bit. What I was missing, and you need the compact splitter there to do that. And you have colour 1, colour 2, colour 3, and that's all good. That'll paste there? No, that goes there. And then it pastes in fine. Yep, cool. And they're mixing at 3.2 items per second. So we need 5 of them in a row. 2, 3, 4. That's the 5th, so that's all good like that. And then we join them. The egg here. So that makes 1 line of white, and I need 4 lines of white. And we need to move it to where it's actually going to be, although back here is kind of where we want it. Got a green over there if we could take that. Two, three, four, be around here. Got space. To there. Line these up somehow. 4 blues, is that right? Yeah, must be. Put them in. Blue, 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 blue. Swimming in blues. You've got plenty of everything around here. Oh, this is overkill, isn't it? Am I right? Because we're using double painters, we only need 2 lines of white. Yep. Silly me. 2 lines of white is enough. And then up like that, and then need 2 greens, which got this one nearby, or we could go further over here. Kind of feel like having him here. Can't really flip it around or anything, but let's go for it here. Use that little gap I leave there. Go for it. And then be wiggling around a bit. Oh well, like I say, we're going to be ripping this up soon enough, it doesn't really matter. Put it there. It's going to make white half circles. Perfect. Then the last thing we need, another block of 4 of these. Send them under there. Bring these around the corner. to that. To there. And these quarters are going red, so we just need 2 lines of red from here. We've got 4 lines of red quarter circle top left, 4 lines of white half circle, 4 lines of yellow half circle, 4 lines of yellow quarter star, and 4 lines of green quarter top right. It's just a shame that that needs combining with the one on this end. Oops. Oh well. We can put... Get this the right way around. What's the top layer here? It's this one, right? So it's the half. It's going on top of this one. Bit awkward as well. Might bring all them together into lines, juggle them around, and then have the mixing, the combining. I think I will actually. Let's. If I'm going to juggle them around. Let's have this be the central point. And then, what are the stages? So combine the red and the green. Let's put them on the left. Oops, not what I was after. With a gap between everything, just in case. It's going to bring the greens all the way up here, and then white, and then so we're going to swap these over somehow. He's going to go up. So the star, the pointy bit, is going to go there. He's going to live there. I not really. I doubt it really matters, but you know, whatever. Just juggle them around to keep them straight in my head, I guess, more than anything. Always helps. Once one of those comes up, don't know why that didn't build. There we go. And these guys going all the way up. Under there, under there, under there. Could do that with fewer of the upgraded ones, but you know, it's all free. Straighten them out at the top here. There we go. We have everything juggled and together. Okay. These are all the wrong way round? The right way round? The ones on the right are going on top of, and then that goes on top of that, and then that goes on top of those having already been combined. That bit's a little awkward. Just grab a stack. Is it really that many? Sure. I do 2 per second each. So if we did these over this side to begin with. Into there, feed that into there. That should make us the bottommost layer. Looks good. 4 lines of that. And then back over. Continue where the red one was, maybe. On the other side, I grab all that much again. The outputs, that's fine. They can live there. One on the right is the top, yeah, so that's good. Under there. There and there. They're going up here. Don't know if I want to then do another one rotated, or do we bring that up and back in line, maybe, just to keep things simple. Have I done that there? I have left a gap. Not that it matters. Worrying about how things look when they're going to be around for 5 minutes after they're done. So then, let's bring these guys forward. Good. Next stage. Grab all that again, can't I? Can I just grab it like that? Don't think that works. Unless I move it over one. That'll work. Bring it back here. Go for it. It's not all lined up super pretty, but it's fine. We are a long way away, aren't we? Well, yeah, that's a longer journey than I thought, but that's fine. There, move back to there, so if I then grab... this is a whole juggly mess. Let's just do the same thing again then. Grab that much, line up those inputs to there, plug these ones into that input, and then there's our finished product. Something's not quite right, obviously, we can trace that back in a second. Just want to check that what's coming out is correct. Looks right. Green and red, white, and then the pointy thing, and they appear to be the right size, so they're on the right layers. Half confident with that. I mean, let's plug it in actually. That's not a bad idea if I can work out where. Need to go to the right quite a lot. Quite a lot. So let me take that much away. Juggle these around a bit. Try and find the left entrance on the hub with this. There's that lot. There we go. Get them moving while I look at why they're not moving. It's a long one. Can we copy paste that easily? Probably not without overlapping stuff by accident. Line this up on that corner. What was that on that end? Just missing that piece there. It's a long way. Oh well, it'll get there eventually. Copy the lot. Wow, 7,000 pieces just to put a long line in. Can I get that in the right place? A bit short on this end. There we go. And a small mess there. Okay, all good. It's flowing. 2 of the lines are not though, so we're missing The combined shape here, we're missing yellow half circles because that was not connected properly. And now that it is, out they go. Good. We don't appear to have enough quarter circle screens coming over. And that's because the stars are backing the system up. Interesting. This part isn't being consumed at the, for whatever reason. The belt is longer or something like that, and therefore it's slowing that down a bit. Shouldn't matter overall because the total throughput's good. It might make sense to bin off a few of the pointy bits. Oh no, they're flowing good now. They're flowing fine. Now that everything is moving out the far end at the rate it's supposed to, that'll be fine. Oh, and they've just hit the hub. That number's starting to tick up. Lovely. Okay, there's that shape done. Not at all complicated. Nothing complicated about that. We only need circles and stars in relative ease and a couple of colours. Interesting, but there you go. That just needs to tick up. In the meantime, I don't know really. We could look up what the next shape is going to be and get a head start, but I don't think that's worth it. Could consider shrinking these down somehow, or consider what we're going to do in the future. So, right at the end of the game, level 800 and whatever, you need to input a randomized 4-layer shape at a specific throughput. So when you hit free play, instead of asking for a number, it asks for a throughput. And at the maximum level, that's 200 units a second. And I'm not entirely sure, but I think a fully upgraded belt all the way to the end is about 48. So you need 5 inputs on your hub for your progression shape. The one to reach level 801 or whatever. So 5 inputs are dedicated to that. Maybe 1 extra because your upgrades might not be up there. What are you left with? 5 away, you've got 11. It's just an odd number, a weird number, difficult number. You can have 3, 3, 3, 3 and 4. Isn't quite enough, is it? I mean, it would last for a long time though. That throughput's right at the end, so you could maximise up until that point. We don't need so many blueprint shapes. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have them, just don't need that many. There's no need to make a permanent thing. We were also looking at how you can change, how you might switch your inputs into the hub depending on what you need. So each input could have 2 inputs, and then one is your progression shape, one is your upgrade shape. You feed in the upgrade shapes until your progression shape is ready, switch them over, hit the throughput, switch it back off until you make the next shape and then switch them again, which could work. We have a way of just switching left and right. I don't think we do. Like the filter looked like it could do something. What's the wire button? E. Switch, that's what I'm after. Wrong layer. So there's currently no filter set, so everything's going this way. If I switch it, they go the other way. Interesting. So if you just have that go nowhere, then it all backs up, and when you switch it, it flows. And then you switch it off and it just backs up because that's going nowhere. We could use that. You then have Yeah, other than the shape involved in it all, it's going to be a little awkward. On that way. Can you alternate them? We want like a logic gate that inverts that symbol. Should we only have switch and filter? I mean, we're probably going to unlock something. Not entirely sure how to use it, but something. I mean, at the moment we can just use 2 switches. It's something. I mean, we're at 15,000 in this shape already, so I'm just, you know, playing with some ideas, and when we hit that, we're just going to have a new shape to make instead. So it's just some thinking for a while. So it's just the ability to switch these at the same time, so that off and that on in 1 click instead of 2, although, you know, same bad. Green ones go through, that off, that on. Green ones or red ones. So we'd use something like that. The red being the progression shape line coming in. When that's ready, you just switch it over. You don't get any of the upgrade shapes for a while. This flows enough to tick the box to get your progression. You switch it back over, cut the actual production, but keep the feed line. Make your next production line and feed it in. When it's ready to feed in, switch them back over. I think it works. It becomes a bit or half moot when you have a make anything machine, because then this red feed is just the machine that makes anything, and every level up you just need to reprogram that, which would be a lot quicker. So I don't know if it's worth just the other option. Do 16 inputs of this purple shape, hit the 20 billion, get rid of them all, do 16 inputs of the logo shape, hit the 10 billion, and get rid of that. Just, that doesn't seem worth it. I definitely wouldn't be able to stream that, because it's like 50 hours of just letting it run in there or whatever. It's better to have a bit trickling in non-stop in the background, I think. But I mean, we've got... So 4 inputs of logo, 4 inputs of the purple shape, 4 inputs of blueprint shape. We can have 4 inputs of rocket shape. And then some of one or more of those inputs just needs to be able to flick over to the shape we're making for the progress. Which initially, I mean, the first level 28 or whatever is only going to ask for like 2 per second. So it starts off with a very small requirement, where we wouldn't need multiple lines. And even if level 800 needs just over 4, maybe we could play it with it just being 4. We could play with it being all 16. We switch off all of these to feed in the shapes, and then that's definitely overkill, I think. So maybe it's probably the blueprint shape I'll play with. So once we've got to 27, what I'd be looking to do is reorganising the shapes we're currently making to all be in the south, and then all the progress shapes we'll make in the north, and we'll be able to plug them in or something like that, make it easier to manage the whole layout. It's all very interesting at this point, but you know, a bit mind-blowing until we actually try and do it, I guess. Constant signal, okay. We can just give it a shape, colour or boolean that it will do, right? So we could have a 1 or a 0 constantly fed to the filter, or give it the circle and feed that to the filter. Sure. We're used to a constant combinator in Factorio, we know what that does. But hey, there's all of that kind of measuring gauge type thing that we need. Let's destroy the whole thing that we just built. Fine. Not sure about these input lines, we might actually use the same ones, I guess. But I don't know. Easier to find the hub, probably. Just delete it and start over with a new shape, no problem. And we can get rid of our marker for that one. Keep that marker, might as well. So the new shape that we need to make for Where are we? Level 23. Also, not that complicated. We make the alternating yellow and cyan, so we can't just mine this shape out of the ground because the two colours are different. So we want yellow stars, cyan circles, cut them into quarters, reform them. Because it's 3 layers and not 4, it's not an equal number of each orientation, which is interesting, but changes how we might approach it. The top and the bottom layer are facing the same way and the middle layer a different way. That's fine. So if we for every one layer, one belt out, we've got 1.5 circles and 1.5 stars. So we need 6 circle lines and 6 star lines, which is very annoying because we already know there's no good location for circles and stars down here. Unless we headed, you know, over here, different direction. We could use like the jellyfish shape. If we're cutting it into quarters, then we'd have all the pieces. 2 bits of circle and 2 bits of star. We'd then need to cut it before dyeing it, whether I would rather dye it before cutting it, which would go better either with this exact shape, we dye it cyan, cut it, re-dye the pointy bits, or circles and stars, full ones, which would be my preference. So maybe we do just head out. Yeah, we can go further out. Those lines were long, but it ticked off in no time at all. Didn't really have time to think about much else before it was done. We were before was like over here, but it's the stars that aren't jumping out at me. We know we've got stars over here somewhere. We've used in the past. Are they closer? Oh, they were much closer. Okay. I mean, we can work here. No reason not to. Colours we need cyan and yellow. Cyan is green and blue. Yellow is green and red. So we need all 3 colours. We can get them over here. And there is space, just yeah, would rather work where we can reorient these lines and everything. And we're going to rip it out pretty quick after we're done with it. So maybe just do go with wherever the stars are stars here. Bring them down. Just go all over the place with stuff. Be nice to find stars in this area. There's a bunch here. And circle there. We've messed around in this area before, so we could juggle stuff around on the hub and build in this area. Circle, star, all 3 colours. That might not be enough though. How many do we need? 6. 6 lines of everything. Less of the colours, but 6 lines of stars and circles. That's definitely not 6. Okay. Maybe that's a no then. We go directly south until we get back to big pockets of basic shapes. It's around here. There's stars. That's been swallowed up by the red. Squares. Stars are pretty rare in our world, I guess. We could get twice as many jellyfish, or we could just use jellyfish because they're available. And stars, it appears, are not. But we'd need, well, 12 lines of jellyfish, I guess. Which is a lot. Don't think we've seen a patch that big. Go with 3 bits of star and 1 bit of circle and juggle that around somehow. It's doable. Must be more somewhere. A bit annoyed I can't see a perfect spot, I guess. We have to make do. Let's do so. Over here. Yeah. So we've got some stars here. Oh, that's 4 lines of stars, not bad. And 2 will bring up from here. Can we do that neatly at all? Yeah. Do that. Six lines of stars. Okay, it's a start of something. I'm just going to tidy this up first for my own. Not worrying about overlapping or whatever. Get rid of that. Run them this way instead. Moving up the edge nearer to where we're working. There we go. And so the stars go yellow. Don't we do that? Yellow is blue and green. We're going to need 3 lines of it. Which we can do there. Here's easier. 3 green. We get 3 blue from... Well, from both of these we definitely can. Can we do this cleverly? That one there, and that one there. Yep. Perfect. Let's get colour mixing. This lot here. Maybe lots of that over here. That's cyan. Oh god. Got it wrong again, haven't I? I'm never going to learn these colours. So it's green and red that I'm after. Which, yeah, looks like I'm going to need to grab from over here. Okay. I mean, we need cyan, but not for what I'm doing right now, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Grab all that and just move it so it'll line up nicer with the red. Maybe one day I'll learn the colours. I don't know. Seems unlikely. There, yellow. That's better. Yellow stars, that's what we're after. Can we... I think this is going to be quite spread out or kind of haphazard just because of where everything is. That's fine. We are now painting. So we want to grab that. And that can go, well, all sorts of places. This way, that way, anyway. The way over here. We have to, yeah, just turn all of that around. Let's go with over here. That's going to run down there. Let's say 1, 2, 3. There. That clashes. Okay, that won't work. Because we need 6 of them. Further forward then. Let's just, yeah. We'll have some empty space. It'll be a bit of a mess. Let's put them just anywhere out in the open. All the way up here? Sure, go for it. Do that. Split these off. Into there and there. We'll need to go under that. Let's keep that clear. And then back there, go under there. We'll send the other ones under, that's fine. Do that. One's there. Don't like that actually. That's not how we usually do it. Bring that one up to here. We'll do that. That's better. That one there. Good. Not good. What's wrong here? That's got turned around. Okay. There's the yellow dye going in. It's going to go under there. One under there. If I can bring those up. They are just a bit. I would like to turn it all around maybe. Yeah. They'll come down here. Can I get my 4 lines facing the other way? I think I can. Ooh, that's interesting. Because that would have to be there. Yeah, can't. Okay. Facing a different direction entirely. No, no option. That one has to be going out that way. Unless we reorganise all of these somehow. Could be facing this way. Like that. Send them around like this maybe? I don't know. It's messy. Thankfully I won't have to look at it long. There we go. Oh, like that. Looks like it doesn't. Oh no, it's just good. Perfect. Just enough space. Is then plugged in. Okay. 6 lines of yellow stars, hopefully. Good. Let's bring them all just together down this end before they go get cut up. Actually, cutting's one that pulls off in a straight line. That might be easier to just leave them like this for a second. We need to cut into quarters and then put back together. We can't just do halves. So if we did that this way round, that way round, let's go this way round. Each line needs 4. And the outputs, some we will want to rotate. Be a bit weird. So maybe we just rotate them all for simplicity. Each line, we're making 4 belts in total here. So if everything from one cutter is facing the same direction, that's 1 line. So if this doesn't really matter which 2 corners we do, because we're then going to rotate them. But we might as well, let's go with bottom layer. So top left and bottom right. Bottom right, bottom right, bottom right, bottom right. 1 line. Those are all bottom rights. Kind of simplify it, can't we? 4 lines of bottom rights come out of this line. What do we need to do? 4 of these need to be... It doesn't matter, half and half, right? And then we're going to rotate some of them. Yeah, make the lots of the one shape and then rotate a third of them later. Would be my thought. Rather than making them the other way round and then combining them. I think that's easier. So half and half. They all go that way. The next lot are different. Feed in the same. And then... So 3 lots of bottom rights. So we're now making top lefts. Which is a counterclockwise, 180 degree clockwise, and stay as it is. It's the same. Them there. Okay. Should have done it facing the other way, would have lined up nicer, but never mind. 12 lines. Bottom rights, 12 lines of top lefts. Sure. Not sure if that's right or wrong, but it's done. If we alternated, we could combine them. Nah, this is fine. We should bring them all together and stuff. Might keep going north though. I mean, that's where the space, the assured space is. Let's do that. In which case, do we need to bring them together? I guess not. The gaps between them are quite big, but they're not awfully big. Let me just grab stackers. Put them facing this way. Yeah. Many 6, right? 12 of each, so it has to be 12. Little confused by that, bear with. Yeah, it's more than this. It's half of what we need. Why? Because we take the 2 quarters, so the output of this is not a full belt speed, I guess. A belt of quarters and a belt of quarters turns into half a belt of halves. Makes some sense. I think that's right. Not 100%, but I think that's right. That's fine. It's just the outputs, you know, rather than the throughput. So we still need this many machines. Get them all plugged in. Then we can deal with those outputs, just combine them together. Go under a whole bunch. We'll line all that up. Last one there. There we go. Put them in this side, and then we'll line it all up. That would have worked, but there we go, that's better. There we go. So it's making the pointy part of the shape involved. We want to bring them together, but I do, yeah, just want to measure this down and make sure that I'm not crazy, because it would appear that I'm crazy. Missed one, have I? Yeah. Missed one in the middle there. Thank you. I'd have noticed eventually. It says 16. Is that just because there's a bit of a backlog? Oh, we need to keep them all flowing. That's fine. There's no... Yeah, that's fine. Tall one. What? Where? Oh god. I'm not going to find it until I try and make a move, am I? Somewhere by accident. Let's find it. No, don't see one. Everything seems to move. We'll let it flow for a bit and then we can work it out. Two full lines of quarters makes one full line. Yep, that does make sense. 2 lines into 1 line, that's why it is full, and it is full. Okay. The 4th line from below. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks fine, unless you mean 1, 2, 3, 4. First stapler, right at the first stapler. Don't see it. And everything's moving, that's what's confusing me. Something should have stopped if I've cut a line, shouldn't it? Nothing has stopped. This is just doing the wrong thing. No, everything's moving. A lot of it's kind of backed up, which is a bit unusual, but okay. These are not backed up. Ah. There. 4th from the bottom, first stapler. I see what you mean. Thank you. Looks like we're good. But I've made 12 lines. 12 full lines of half pointy things. I think that's too much. Or no, it's not. 12 full lines of pointy things. Got 3 layers. That's 4 threes. We're good. We have the correct amount of the pointy bit. Now we need the round bit. And then we need to bring them together. I might need more space than I have allowed. Fingers crossed. It just means it'd be good to have the circles above here. Or coming through here. Or we're going to have to do them here and then cross this line to do them. Oof. I mean, we can do that. It's not the end of the world. It's just a bit oof. Or I could move all that somewhere else, I guess. But yeah, rather not move it. What am I making? Cyan circles. Cyan circles in this funny kind of orientation type thing. So I need 3 lines of green, 3 lines of blue, 6 lines of circles, and then enough space to mix the colour and dye them. That's that. and then do the same. It's exactly the same process. There's a lot of wasted space here, kind of, but I need all that again. Maybe I could do them over here and send the circles under. That would be kind of cool. Can I just then copy this entire thing? It's just sign in, circle in. The rotation needs to be different, or we can just rotate them afterwards. Rotation can be the same. Let's try it. These inputs are probably going to juggle around different. So if I grab from there, take all that, spend 30,000 blueprint shapes, which isn't really that many compared to what we've got available, and point what's currently on the right hand edge towards a circle with some blue and green. Which, I mean, I could just throw it here and there's circles and blue and green all over the place, really. Yeah, down here will be fine. How about like there? Just the outputs at the top are then gonna... Yeah, that's good. That looks good. Let's go there. Can I get all my circles from here? No. Oops. I've covered over them. They're going to get covered over. There's some back here. That'll work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They go in there. Bit wiggly messy, but we'll live. That's wrong. One into there, and that one into there. Okay, there's the shape. And then need to mix up the colour. Change that lot, and it's blue and green, which we have here. Very nice. That'll do. Put that one down. There's one there. That's making colour. Can I... It's just going to be messy, I think. Juggle it around. Get it done. Split that there. Go under. Under there as well. No. Why didn't it... Oh, it's too far. Need the upgraded underground to do that. There we go. And this one. Come over and then down. Split there. Can use the regular one, I think. Plug them in, and then the last lot. Keep it with his friends. Split him there. Go under there. And that should, after all this, do like to copy paste, save us some time. Cyan circle halves in this kind of orientation, but they are facing the wrong way. So they're top left, bottom right. They're top left, bottom right. So these need rotating 90 degrees. Which we'll just do at the ends here. That'll work fine. And we're going to bring them under here. Hopefully there's enough space left of that line to do all of the combining. all of the combining. Yeah, it's quite a lot of it, but we'll see. There's them. Let's bring these together as well. Lines. Gonna need to leave a gap though, are we, after the 8th one? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we need the undergrounds to be able to go there. Seems good. Oh yeah, we're there, am I? Never mind. They're all lined up. They're all over here, so let's, I guess, bring them over. Line it all up. Meter them, and then leave a gap. There we go. It's all lined up. Don't think I have left enough space. It needs to go here, really, with the way we got that lined up. In any case, this is the thing we're doing, stacking. Yeah, so we're going to have to start there. So the outputs have enough space to come together. Yeah, it should be okay. Let's go with there. How many do we need to do? All 12 to begin with. So that's 4, 12. Oh, we got space. Yeah, that's good. And then the outputs from them, a third of them get rotated, and then we've got another 2 stages of stacking in sets of 4. Yeah. So I bring them down here ready and rotate them. I need to know how many lines. Let's plug this in first and then I'll have a better idea. That into the first of each. There we go, and then if we get the underground bits done, under there and under there, I'll just do them all in the white one. It's simpler. There's a little bug on my screen. Let me get rid of him before he crawls underneath it. Ah, that can make it the whole way. Interesting. Cool. And then there, last one there. Good. Then we bring the cyan circles over here. Couple more of them. Just need to plug them in on these front sections. I don't mess any up this time. Fingers crossed. What about the rotation? Already done. On the blues. So what's coming out this end should be what one layer is. Looks good. And then a third of these need to get rotated, so we can do the bottom third. 90-degree rotation down here. I'm going to have 4 lines to go in the middle of the sandwich, and 8 lines, 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom. Bit bit of wiggling to get them all together, I think, but that's fine. There's 4 to go on the top or wherever. And yeah, these just need to wiggle their way out of here. It's only temporary. It can be a little messy. Just about fits. So we just do a set of these rotated, can't I? 4 of them. Facing that way. And we need to put... So it doesn't matter at this stage which way round we put them. Because they can be 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. So we can just plug them in for now. Then the next stage we need to get them the right way round. There's them. Again, just bring them together down here, I think. Bring these around the corner. It is very messy, but you know, it's coming together. So what we've got there is the lowest level has a cyan circle in the bottom right. The one we want has a pointy bit in the bottom right, so we want to put this top shape on top of the bottom shape. Top shape is going on top, which means it needs to be, we do this, that would be best, with a little gap like that. So if it's going on top, it needs to be on the left of what I've just built. So they're going on the right. And they're plugging into those. Four lines coming out of there are a lot further south than we planned, or a little further south than we planned, I guess. But oh well. They're done, and that's the main thing. Well, I hope they're done. That number should start ticking up if I've got the shape correct. If I've messed it up somehow, then... Oh, there we go. It's good. We can feed those 4 lines in. And once that's ticked off, we delete everything we've just done. Which would be nice, because this one is very messy, actually. Quite unhappy with that. But, you know, it's temporary. We'll live. Where are we? 23, so we've got another 24, 5 and 6. 3 more shapes before we get to the meaningful one. Which will be fun. But we might want to rearrange before we do that. Or maybe while we're doing that, we'll rearrange. Let's say, I think we just continue with 4 inputs. You need twice as many... Maybe it's not twice as many. It's roughly twice as many of the purple one as the other 2 overall. So maybe we want more inputs of that maintained. Could do 4, 2, 2, not more than that. So if you have 16 inputs, you've got, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the purple one, 3 of the logo shape, 3 of the rocket shape, then you get 4 of the blueprint shape. It's the right kind of, roughly the right kind of ratio there, and then lots of blueprint shapes still. And then, as I say, we'll just work out some systems so that the progress shape, the level shape, can be switched in, probably in place of the blueprint. At least to begin with, 4 lines in will be more than enough. Way more than enough. So the 4 lines carrying the blueprint, we're just able to switch somehow. There's nothing like the filter with 2 inputs, because that's what I really want. It's got 2 outputs. That's not really what I'm after. Switch for storage? Can't, I mean, you don't wire up a... It does wire. That, I think, is outputting what's in the storage. This, I don't know. 0, 0, 1. Oh, it's the quantity inside. I can prove that in that theory, can't I, if I put something in it? It's got 0? No, that's doing something else. But the shape one I'm right about. So it's not the quantity that's in it, it's a 0. Did I tell you? No, prioritizes can be used as an overflow. No. The left one is full, not full. Right. Okay. Full, not full. Is that helpful? Full or not? So it gives a 1 when it's full and a 0 when it's not full. So you can let it empty only if it's full, so that you created a buffer storage. I don't know why you would do that. I guess you could have 2 shapes with 1 input to the hub, but only I can use the filter to only allow out ones that are full. I don't know, that's a bit, not entirely sure what I'd use that for. I'm sure we'll come across a situation at some point in the future when I find it useful, but yeah. Could connect a trash can to the output of the filter. But why? Well, so that you maintain a full storage. But if there's more than the full storage, you get rid of it. But, like, why do you want a full storage sat around? What does it do for you? I don't know. Like, surely you just, instead of putting the shape into storage, put it into the hub. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Reader and switch. Reader and switch. And then what did I get here? The constant. Just storage is full, it trashes the shape. I guess if you were cutting something with 4 different shapes because you wanted all 4 of them, you could have a storage buffer of all of them. If the storage overflows, bin it so that it maintains movement, but you still don't run out of that shape if things change. Maybe? Don't know. Yeah, don't want the backup in the cutter, for example, but also if something down the line was to change around. Yeah, it's interesting. You might still want the shape, like you're not just gonna bin it, because that does essentially the same thing if you don't want the shape at all. Interesting. But yeah, from the looks of it, I still don't have anything that has... So 2 inputs, 1 output, and I can control the output. I'm thinking of like something like this, but I'm sure that's not helpful. 2 inputs, 1 output, and I can choose what goes out. Here I'm not choosing what goes out, it'll just block. Unless you do, but then that's only 1 input. If I use that to feed back in. I've unlocked a display. I can connect the signal on the YLA to visualize it. So the belt reader and the storage output read the item that's in them, sure, and I can display that. But I can already see it. If I put a storage I can see it there. Is it just... No, it's not bigger or anything. Oh, it's on this layer. I can visualize it on the building layer, not on the wire layer. Sure. Yeah, it's something, I guess. I guess if you're building a bigger array of wiring stuff, this could be helpful for keeping track of something, potentially. In any case, this number I'm happy with. We've leveled up, so we need to make a new shape, but I'm kind of happy with this idea. We'll run 6 lines of the purple shape, which we've already got, 3 lines of logo, 3 lines of rocket when we get there, 4 lines of blueprint, and then somehow get the progressive shape loaded in or something. Kennard, welcome back. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Can't wait to see how we do it. Leave a picture of the design on the Discord later. Yeah, do. Please do. Very interested to see how people do things. Interested as well in doing it myself, but, you know, I can still do that even if I see other examples. No reason why not. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of the ideas I've had in previous sessions have ended up being completely useless or wrong, because the game hasn't gone in the direction I was assuming, so I'm having an interesting time with it for sure. Let's see how it ends up. We're not far off now, a few more layers. And if the rest of the 20s, the shapes required are as simple as they have been, this won't take long. That. Be careful, I'm grabbing the right spot. Can I just grab all of this? Not quite. Get that much. 10,000 buildings. There we go. Clear up that last bit in the corner there. Okay. What are we dealing with now? Yellow circle is quite simple. This shape can be simple. We need it in white and cyan, and then we need pointy things in different colours in alternate directions. So a compass. It's a bit like a compass. Okay. I want to find this shape in the wild and just mine it up like this, because there's no alternating colours. So for one belt out, we need 1 belt of these in white and 1 belt of these in cyan. So I want 4 belts out. I need 8 belts of this shape. And then stars and circles nearby would be nice. We've left the west open, but we can flip that round. If I find that shape out here in the west, it would be good to go now. Could reform it out of something else, I guess. Like here's half circle, half square. That would do the same thing. But I have seen it on a mining patch just like that. Oh, there it is. For example. I mean, if this one will do, then we'll just work from here and wiggle it whatever way we've got to. There's 8 lines. That'll definitely do it. Let me just do the sensible thing. Put myself a marker there. Where are we? Oh, that's not bad. That's like a direct line, really. A bit of the logo shape gets in the way, but still. We can live. Could even move that little bit at the top there. That's fine. We'll work like up a bit. Unless I've gone past that shape, like there's a nearer one. Not that I see. Fine. Have I got circles and pointy bits? Pointy bits on this, we'll just bin the excess. That works for me. If I want 4 lines out, I need 4 lines of this. Not sure what way to point, but that'll do for now. And then I need 4 lines of full circles. Am I going to get lucky? Are they nearby? Squares, so it's possible. Nope. See, lots of things that are almost a circle. Oh, there's some. On the route back, that's possibly viable. Let's just put some mines here and assume it'll work. Okay. So we'll do all the pieces and then try and bring them all together just east of those circles. Do the combining and then feed them in. So if I over here turn half of these cyan and half of them white, that would be a good start. To do that, I need 2 belts of each colour. 2 cyan, 2 white, yep. Colour mixing, there we go. Cyan is green and blue. Let's go with here. In fact, red's right there as well. This is a pretty good spot for both. There's 2 lines that'll make cyan, and then we'll do the other. How do we do it? That goes under there. There's one of them there. Nope. Forward one. That goes there. That goes there. Splitty thing there. And that goes under that. Looks right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll make the white, so we need 2 of them as well. But I need 2. Combine the outputs. And then put the next one in. There we go. Okay, if I'm correct. To there. To there. Is that okay there? Might be. Let's move it over one. No, that's not really what I want, is it? Let's turn them around. That doesn't line up nice at all. So I'm going to do that different. A bit tidier. Tidies that up a bit. And send that one. Then and under. There we go. Send that one forward one more so we can go in a straight line. There. That makes our 2 lines of cyan. Move that one into there. Yeah, that's a bit messy. Deal with that in a second. That one into there. That'll go under there. It just about fits. Put 2 lines of red here. Wiggle that one around a bit. That'll be fine. Good. No. Bad. Ah, I'm missing a little bit of belt in the middle of there. My bad. A bit of cyan's come through somehow. Not sure how that works. It's what I plugged in where and when, I guess. Just flush that through a bit, and there we go. 2 lines of cyan, 2 lines of white. And all of these are up here. So now I want the painting bit. Grab that. And we need 8 of these. fine. They just be all in a row here if we leave enough space to turn that round. Let's turn it round first. Do that. I cut that, so I need to go back and grab this. Silly me. Make sure there's room for the colour to get in. Let's go with there. Lines of that. Rub those shapes into that part. Do the undergroundies where the colour's going to run. That up. Good. And then run that over and in with the splitty bit. Wrong thing. That way. Oh, hey Nick Blue. Nice to see you again. Oh, there's no follow age. Should be a help. Maybe there isn't a help. Is there a commands? Apparently not. Bot might be broken. The song or the music, if you're interested, is the in-game music for Shapez. This is the Shapez soundtrack. For once I'm playing in-game music. Doesn't happen often. Looks like a minimalist Factorio. Yeah, that's not a bad way of putting it. It's like it's not necessarily simplified, but minimalist is a good word for it. Like the visuals and the way you play as well, like everything's free to build and you don't have a little character that's running around or anything. So while it's still pretty complicated like Factorio, it's I'm enjoying it a bit more lately just because it's not easier to play. Definitely easier to get into. Post-bot Factorio. Yeah. If robots were flying our shapes around the place, that would simplify things a bit too much, I think. Rotation is wrong on this. Let's deal with that now. Get them facing the right way. So they should have the square section in the bottom right. It's better. And then the white ones should have the square section in the top right, which they do, so they're good. Looks a bit bottlenecked. Yeah. Everything moves pretty fast at this stage. We're quite late into the game. Not super late, but quite late in. So everything's moving very quick, and I'm still in the middle of building it. So yeah, it looks jammed full all the time, constantly. Steam Summer Sale, really? Where are we? 29th of June. It's around the right time, or is it usually end of July or end of June? I can't remember. Could be. Now. It's right time, 6 PM GMT is when it launches. Interesting. Steam about to crash then? Right, 4 lines of that, 4 lines of that. That's a good start. We're great there. Twitch is desperately trying to show an ad. Oh yeah, it is. It should be. Trying to. I'm popping in and out. Oh. Is it not having much luck then, trying to show the ad? That's those shapes. Okay, head on. Those shapes are good. We're grabbing the pointy bits from here, right? Yeah. And we want them different colours as well. Which is a bit awkward. The colours aren't really over here. We've got them. Let's send them the other way, to the right. Send them that way. Make a point to steal from anyone I know. Interesting. I mean, if Twitch tries to show you an ad and can't, I should still get paid. I only don't get paid if it doesn't try. In theory, I don't really know how it works. Oh, I get more. I get more than 1,000th of a dollar. Do I? Yeah, I do. Probably get a whole cent per ad served. Yeah. I should think so. About a cent. Or maybe a bit more. It's hard, very hard to tell, obviously, because I don't know how many viewers actually get served an ad and how many don't. And like who's got turbo and who doesn't, I don't know. And everything like that. So it's very hard to tell, but I'd say it's about a cent per ad served at the moment. How am I going to do this? I could cut the pointy bit off, bin the rest, or let me just go into quarters immediately. It's the simplest way of dealing with this. Just go this way round. Run them down there. Split them into there. Let's see what we get out the other side. How am I going to do this? I think we take them in the more spread out manner rather than trying to rotate and squish. I think, yeah, so we send start at this end. That goes under twice and that goes under 3 times. They join there, and there. And that goes there. Line all that up. YouTubers get like $1 per 10,000. I thought it was about $1 per 1,000. But I could be wrong on YouTube. I don't know. I've not signed a contract there or anything, so I have no idea. $1 per... I don't know. Again, it's hard to tell on YouTube because it needs to be what they call like a good view or something like that. I mean, it's always a little unclear, isn't it, everywhere? They're never going to make it easy. I just get a number each day, how much ad revenue was made, not any detail on how it was made or anything like that. I could shrink this down if we bin, like I was thinking just binning here, and that'll work, but we could shrink this if I bin closer, like there. Kind of like the idea in order to shrink it. So we just have to send the last one under once. And then there. And then there. It's never worth looking at the Steam sale within the first 2 or 3 hours. It takes a long time for it to kind of load in, and because everyone's trying to look at it, it just makes it slower and slower. I'd wait a few hours and then you're up to 0% off. Notifications will change into something else. And like whatever the number's supposed to be. There'll be discounts that haven't been applied yet because they don't all apply at 6 o'clock exactly. Because that would overload the servers. This appears to be working fine. It bins them off, it's a little more compact. We get a top left and a top right, but we actually want this to be a bottom left. So I'm going to rotate that one counterclockwise. We get a bottom left and a top right. They're going to go off and be turned white. They're going to go off and turn red. We just need more of them. So let's stack all them together here. Plug the other ones in. I suppose you know what this funky badge is for. Super Ultra Combo 23. No. It was an event a couple weeks ago, a month ago. If you watched enough fighting games at a certain time or something, I don't know the details, but it was some event recently. Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're good. What am I doing here? Which direction are we going? Gonna do all the dying on the right? Let's... I mean, it's this again, isn't it? It's half as much. Yeah, because there's half as much star, so 2 machine lines in each colour. They could go... They could go here, maybe. Maybe? Let's play it a bit safe and put them over here. Not sure. Someone play Factorio. Don't know if that counted. Oh, I didn't get the badge. I don't think I got the badge, but I didn't really pay any attention to what it was for. I don't like Twitch adding more badges to the start. Just, you know, just confuses things. Like, this doesn't work. Why am I getting confused here? There are 8 lines there. I do need 8. I do need 8. I thought I did. And in that case, putting them there is a bad idea. They're going to line up, then let's go here. Why not like that? Would the colours all get in? Probably. Yeah, we'll gamble on it. Put them there. And then I want to kind of bring them together, so we'll alternate how we do this. Put that one there. Into there, and that one into there, and then we'll send these under and over. Hours a week wouldn't be much. No, it might not be. Street Fighter 6, you think you got it from? That's... I had a vague thought in my head that was to do with watching... they're not called fighting games, are they? Is there a better name for them? But that, during an event. Maybe you had to watch specific streamers? I have no idea. I got it from someone using a sweepstake tag playing other games. Oh, interesting. If it was triggered by a certain thing and a streamer had it left on or something, it might have triggered again. Yeah. Seems possible. Plausible. I need 2 lines of white and 2 lines of red. Well, red's simple, although it's not up here. It's over here. It's over here. We can do more here, can't we? We need 2 lines of white. Why don't we just double up what we got here, and 2 lines of red will run off there. Could do with tidying this up a bit to feed all the colours in, though. It's a bit of a squid-like thing. Spaghettis. Let me just cut a bit of that. Move all this forward just a little bit to like there or something. Viewers watched 5 minutes of Super Ultra Combo Week content, so something that made it special content. Get a badge at the end. I mean, 5 minutes is not long at all. Could easily have done that without even meaning to, couldn't you? But yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't recently. It's weird. No one we watched played Street Fighter. Maybe you left the stream open and it got raided into someone who was, or someone maybe was playing Factorio but they're in the Street Fighter category by accident or on purpose. Who knows? Rearrange that to over here. We need 2 more. Just going to redo all this. Too messy. Start again. They're going to run into there. They're going to head off that way. That's going to run up there. Tidy that up a bit. Okay. Then there. First one into there. Second one. Leave one gap. Feed into all of these. New Street Fighter. Look, I mean, I've watched people play it. Really not my kind of game, but they seem to have fun, so can't be that bad. That doesn't really work, does it? That's exactly what I did before. Let me turn them around again. Should have learnt, but didn't. Try this again, but from that angle. Close. That'll do. Looks like the same game with the graphical uplift. I assume the fundamentals, you know, you press your buttons to do your attacks, don't change. Can't see any reason why they would. So, yeah, graphics, audio, quality, presumably story. I don't know if the story progresses, I doubt that, but it changes. I don't think it's one continuous story since the first Street Fighter. Could be, but I think each game is, you know, self-contained or whatever. Not sure if it's really the game you play for a... Maybe, I don't know, maybe they tighten things up a bit in the mechanics of it. Balance could change, different heroes being more effective or something. Maybe there's new heroes, I don't know, actually could be. Like new people added on, or... Like I say, not really a game type I follow. Don't have any particular interest. Far too technical. It's a skill ceiling kind of thing, you know, it's like MOBAs. Can't get into it because the skill ceiling's just so high. Same game for the most part, at least in multiplayer. People might not be happy about that then. I just need 4 lines of red to make white with, but then I need 2 lines of red to go use as red. One's going to go there. It's a bit messy as well. Let's do that slightly better. And then yeah, these are going to just adjust them over a little. Send them over the top of here. So 2 lines of white coming out of there, 2 lines of red coming out of there to come over and help with this. Okay, got there in the end. Single player mode is like an open world, challenge anyone on the streets. Hilarious. Yeah. It looked weird, but, you know, interesting at least. It's not ideal lining up, but we'll live with it. The first 2 white. Just going to do that, I guess. There and there. No. Try and click the right spot. There we go. No. There we go. Okay. And then this one. Under there and under there. Good. And that line's coming down this way. Splitting off there. There we go. So again, reminds you of strategy-based IO games. Interesting. Territorial York. No, not played either. They are links, but it doesn't matter. You won't get you're allowed to post links. It won't have any issue. This is, I mean, there's a reason it seems like an IO type game is because this is an IO game. It was originally Shapez.io. And still is, but it's also available on Steam. Which a lot of them are these days, actually, those kind of like browser-based games. Originally browser-based, most of them have ported to Steam because that's where the money is. Not huge amounts, maybe, but I mean, Shapez probably did all right. It's quite popular in its time, I guess. It's an interesting game, and it's well made. No, can check those out sometime. Strategy-based ones. It's the same thing as always, though, like why play a browser-based game when I own so many full games that I've never played? And really should get on with. Okay, colours plugged in. Do need to bring these through. Maybe I should send them under there. And under there as well, I guess. Those shapes are coming forward. These ones have been done. We need to combine them. They're the wrong way around. Okay. Didn't think of that. We need the red one to be top right. And rather than juggling, I think the easiest thing to do is just rotate them after the fact. Both of them just need to go 180 degrees. I could combine them, then rotate them, but I've noticed it now, so we'll deal with it now. No big deal. Free browser version, but you pay, they're usually a small amount, IO games that have been ported, $1 to $5, that kind of thing. Okay, that's better, they're facing the right way. Now we need to stack them together. I mean, Shapez.io is now not the full game, it's like the demo. You don't get much at all. After releasing it to Steam, they added a whole bunch of patches, new content, that kind of thing. Don't know how many games have done that, how many have just, the browser game and the Steam game are the same, but you pay for it if you want to support them or something like that. That mentality. 4 lines there, combine 4 and 4 to make 4, seems correct. They're going to run out that direction. Although, might be a good idea to just bring everything into a kind of array together, bring them down there, lined up with those other ones. They could be combined as well, actually, before going any further. Might as well combine them back there. We'll do that in a second. Plug these in first. Oops. Keep doing that. With the browser games, they don't tend to require much commitment. Yeah, but then it's often a mentality thing, isn't it? It's like, why open Factorio if you're not going to play it for 10 hours on end? It's like, well, you could just play it for 30 minutes, save and leave. But it is kind of difficult to do that. But that is purely a mentality thing. There's no reason you couldn't open it, play for half an hour, and then save and leave it, the same as you would with a browser game. Or maybe not the same, similar, perhaps. Maybe not. This doesn't fit very well in the gap that's here. Could turn it round. And if it goes there, just about fits. It's not ideal. But we can move these lines further up. Okay, let's tidy up again. It's right. I mean, we could just bulge all this together. This shape doesn't really matter. But, it's nice to do it right. There are a lot of you need to play for a bit before it becomes fun. Yeah, Those are the games I'm not playing at the moment. That's probably why I've got, 200 games unplayed ever. Not immediately fun as soon as you open them. Which, Shapez is. That's why I'm having so much fun with it at the moment. Just opened it up, had fun. Is that right? That looks wrong. Yeah, thought so. Needs to go up one. There we go. Oh, but then they clash up, but we're doing the work here. So in actual fact that it's probably going to go like that. They are coming through that gap though. Maybe we don't factor and play for 20 minutes or... yeah, go. 20 minutes, roll around for a bit. Depends which you're going to have more fun with the... I've played plenty of browser-based games and idle games and stuff like that, so not against it at all. That is wrong. We need the white one to go on top, so it needs to be on the left of this design. Just going to make a bit more room to do that manoeuvring. And they need to go on the right of how things are at the moment. And we should end up the right way round, hopefully. Implementation for the pig, yeah, why not? I've got Sins of a Solar Empire already. Had it since release. Good RTS game, but it's an RTS game at the end of the day, and there's a reason the genre's died so badly. It's very difficult to enjoy. Sometimes, I don't know. Sins is very good, actually. There's a lot of fun to be had in that, despite I like to play those games by turtling. The majority of them you cannot turtle in, but I think in Sins you kind of can. So it's enjoyable enough. Don't mind that. We've never played it on stream. It's not a... you don't really build much in Sins, I don't think. Yeah, I guess it's complicated in that way. It's alright. I'd rather play Sins than Stellaris. If I had to play a game about being in space, we'd play Sins. Idle games of Pog. Yeah. Cookie clicker and any clicker game. Just addictive fun for no good reason, but I do enjoy. Still, we can put that shape on top of the shape we've made, even without the circle ready. So we might as well do that as well. I can get all of that grabbed. We line it up here. Is that the right way round? It is the right way round. That'll be on the bottom, that'll be on the top. Yeah, so we just need to add a yellow circle on top of this, and we've got the final shape. We're getting there, getting very close. Bit of revival lately, interesting. Big double ace. Company of Heroes 3, I think people were very disappointed in. I can't remember exactly why. I'm pretty sure it was like, you might as well play Company of Heroes 2. Like it wasn't adding anything, not even a graphical improvement, really. And they were like, what, the game didn't really offer anything for a full-priced game. People thought it wasn't worth it. Just the beta though, wasn't it? No, that was a full release. It was a while back, a couple months back. I assume it was a full release because the beta was earlier than that. Beta's been out for ages, I think. My memory not so good. We have circles here. I need 2 lines of yellow. Yellow is made from green and red. So grab that. And then we've got some green and red over here. Got red, got green and red. It's kind of in the way of where I'd go. I think I go here and we'll turn the circles round. Let's go with there. Let's go there. Get the green plugged in. And red's up here. Let's bring that down. Maybe down that way. We can join them. There's the colours. Yellow, yes, and yellow circles is what I'm after. Good. Review's a bit mixed, yeah. Open out for release. Yeah, I think it just wasn't. It wasn't anything different. But then that's a minefield in itself, because if you release something different, you end up with like Dawn of War 3, which people hated because it was different. They wanted Dawn of War 2 again. We want to colour in, which we've got here. 4 lines of circles. Where can I line that up? Let's do that here. 1, 2, 3, 4. A bit close, but never mind. Just have to go under that. Put the split in there, go under that and into there. Split there. There's the yellows. Here come the circles. Go. Bring them out this end, and they just need throwing on top of that other shape, and we've got the final shape in place, I hope. Just need to grab all this again. This is a hell of a mess too, the way it's also spread out. There you go. Have to live with it, really. I think we'll end up with more like that in the future. Bits spread out a long way. That's fine. Just plug that in there, that's fine. Oh, is that the right way? Yellow circle's going to go on the top, that's perfect. And then we're going to run this all the way over and down and into the hub. If it's going down, we can tidy that up a bit. I would like to. I think most sequels should focus on refining. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Make a game in a new direction, make a new IP. Or a spin-off. Spin-off can be okay. If you're just adding a number on the end, I think refinement's a good word for it. Iteration. Don't do the same thing, but make the changes like a meaningful progress. A meaningful progression from what you had before. And, you know, listen to your community's feedback. Make the game they want. if it's going to be a sequel. And if that's not what you want to make, then make a spin-off, yeah. This could be a patch, yeah, there's a big attitude in it, yeah. Refining, adding and overhauling. I don't know, I mean, what's a good sequel? You think of Darkest Dungeon problem, yeah. And actually Darkest Dungeon is quite a good one. I'm not sure if this applies to them specifically, but a lot of sequels are made because the publisher demands it, not because the developer wants to make it. Was DD2 praised? In quite a lot of ways, but also a lot of distaste from, mixed, I'd say, between two extremes, people who thought it was really good and people who thought it was really bad, and not much in the middle, I think. Very, very different game. And some of the mechanics just not, like, people not interested in it. A bit more of an experiment, I guess. They were playing with things rather than like we say, refining the first one or something like that. Anyhow, that shape is loading in. We're going to get to the 25k soon. We're 2.5 hours into the stream and I haven't taken a break yet. So while we're waiting for this 25k to roll in, I'm going to go take a quick 5-minute break. And while you're stuck in the ads, I guess, I'll go fill my drink up. I'll be back in 5 and we'll carry on making a couple more shapes before we hit that point I want to today. I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello, I am back. We're at 20,000 out of 25, a little bit to go still. I went too quickly, should have taken my time. An opera. Oh, browsers, yeah. Opera's a bit meh, interesting. Haven't really tried anything. Yeah, Opera on Twitter. Yeah, they're a bit weird. Different, at least, you know. Not sure how I feel about companies that meme. It's not so bad when it's I guess a tech company, especially smallish like Opera. But I definitely don't like it when your big name brands start memeing. Don't like that. Opera is collecting personal data. Fair enough. Which, like, on the one hand, who isn't? But yeah, not great. Shame. Here we go, level 24 done. Logic gate, okay. Still don't think this helps me do what I want to do, but it gives us an AND or, exclusive or, and not. Maybe. Also a transistor. Okay. Okay, just bear with me. Got something there, and I've got something here. I hear my gates, okay. And or not an exclusive or, sure. Which, don't think either of them help me. And this, I guess, is then a transistor. Forwards the bottom input if the side input is truthy. Forwards the bottom input if the side is truthy. Right, so I can see from the picture, if you want to send a signal forward, constant signal 1, you can have a switch on the side, which then forwards it depending on that. Okay. Half interesting. Still doesn't help me do exactly what I want, but maybe that'll come later. There's a whole lot of elements here that I'm not sure why I would use them, I guess, but we may come across a situation where I will, potentially. But yeah, we're done with this shape. Let's cut it all out. Let me get rid of that marker as well. I don't need that anymore. Yeah. Ad blocking on Twitch is notoriously difficult, with most ad blockers just not working. And even people who are not supposed to receive ads get ads if they're trying to block them, with some blockers, which is very clever of Twitch. I will say, over the past about week, the diversity in Twitch ads has improved enormously. Instead of like the same 1 or 2 ads over and over, I'm getting like 10 different ones now, which is very welcome. If I'm going to get ads, better to have diversity than not. And I'm in favour of, you know, as someone who benefits from ad income, I'm in favour from watching them on channels where I want to be supported at least. Issue with Braves doesn't get, yeah. What's our new shape then? Where are we? Level 25. We have got that shape again. Okay, so we're probably going back to where we just were. With a square on it. This is even simpler. Like, they're just getting easier and easier. So square, cut up, and square, dyed green, cut up, reassembled, put on a round, sandwiched around one of those shapes in white, which, yeah, for simplicity's sake, let's go put that marker back, I guess. Copy that, put it there. Okay. Sure. Would their security practices be a concern? What's your alternative, I think, is often a question. Like, you can't say don't use this browser because there's problems with it, because, like, that's not a positive suggestion, you know? Like, yeah, Firefox is fine, it's the default for many people, it's what I use and have used for years, but it's not like all singing, all dancing, magical browser that's perfect. And Mozilla are not a fantastic company. They've had their own share of drama and whatever. So yeah, you know, I think every browser that exists, there's a good reason not to use it. There's no squares out here, so I think we're going to make our white this shape, send it all the way back here, and we can make green squares right next to the hub. So let's just make our white, whatever we're calling this shape now, football? I think that's like a football. You know, a gridiron football. How many do we need? That's a question. Very low market share. That's interesting. I thought Firefox was about a quarter of the market. I mean, you know, when I saw that would have been back in the 90s or something. I don't know. You've been between Chrome and Firefox. Yeah, and Brave is just Chrome with a different company working on it. Chromium browsers or Chromium browsers. You have a specific reason to use it. I think that's as good as you can get, you know, if you want it for the ad blocking. This is pretty simple. If I want 4 belts, I need 4 belts, and 4 belts, and 4 belts. So the answer is 4 belts. Coming out of there, and then over here, we're going to put back the thing that I just ripped up that makes white dye. So that goes there. You go under that far, you dye like that. Have a splitter there, go under that far again, join them up, send that under there. The outputs will be joined there. Do that. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tidy up the end. Like that. So there's one of them. So we just need 2 lines of white. I just do them at a different angle or something, make them a bit neater than we did last time, potentially. There, and then there. If you're worried about security, probably never connect to the internet. Yeah, good point. Firefox has a less than 3% market share. That has dropped a lot then. It used to be a lot more than that. How weird. Wonder what caused that. Yeah, I don't know actually. It's weird. There's a long period of time where a fresh Windows installation had to offer you alternatives, and I think that ended. So they no longer offer you alternatives, they just force Edge on you. So Edge would be the biggest market share, I guess. But for a long time, yeah, they anti-monopoly things said they can't force people to use a specific browser. Edge has 5.3% market share. So what's the biggest browser? How on earth can Edge only have 5%? Is Chrome can't be that big. And is this market share including mobile, or is it desktop only? Because of that I wouldn't have thought of. Ever. Because, you know, I don't really care about mobile. It's interesting. Very interesting. Chrome is at 63%. To Edge's 5. That does not sound correct. You think 60% of people who get a new computer are choosing to download Chrome to replace Edge? Definitely doesn't sound right. This should go around here. We've got plenty of space to be playing around in. Why don't we just put it down? Doesn't really matter where we put things out here. It's all getting torn up soon anyway. Just bring them down and over. Desktop only 70% Chrome. Weird. Very weird. I do kind of want to tidy this up, but it's not much point. Just run them in. Send the colours under and everything. So they split off there and there. Join them together, I guess. Can we just head east from there? Yes, we can directly, so let's go up to there. Or do we want to go down to there? Let's go down. Bunch them all together at the bottom here. Internet Explorer sucked before my... yeah. Not sure it was ever that bad, but, you know, it was just a meme. Something wrong here? Something is definitely wrong here. Oh, I've put the wrong splitty thingies on here. They're pointing the wrong way. Let's try that again. Get the correct amount of white dye out there. Have I done the same here? No, I've done the right one here. But we can tidy that up a bit. That's better. Okay. Yeah, if I compare, people still get Chrome. Choice inertia. I think you overestimate the average computer user. I don't think the average computer user thinks or makes a decision. They just use what's in front of them. Most computer users are not, you know, like playing games or reading about computer-related things or anything. So once they've taken away that screen, you know, open your computer for the first time, get it back from the shop, open it for the first time, and it says, which browser would you like? Okay, in that situation, people are going to choose. And they might go for Chrome because they heard about a friend who uses it or whatever. Or it's the one they had on their last computer. That's most likely. But if you take that screen away, you open up, you get your computer back from the shop, you open it up, and it's got Edge on and that works. Why would you put the effort into changing it? It's unusual for the market share to be that wide. And maybe I'm just wrong about what the numbers used to be as well. Maybe they were never that as big as I thought they were. The green square, where are we doing you? Over here, roughly where we got to. Perfect. That's all good. That marker's kind of in a useless place. We can zip over there fast enough now that we know where it is. We need 4 lines of squares for 2 lines of green. So can I get that easy? There's a whole bunch that are kind of in our way here, which would be nice to avoid. Can I get 4 lines of square out of that? No chance. Here maybe? Not really. Get 3 out of that. Like to do it all together if we can. Further up maybe? That's not going to have enough. Tell me just by looking. That might. It's a bit far out now. Perhaps rather use 2 or use one that's kind of in the way and we'll wiggle around it. Let's do that. Go from there, so 1. Don't like that either. 2, 3, 4. Oh, I can get all 4 from here. Okay. We'll just wiggle around here. That's fine. 2 lines of green from here. Choice unless people choose to use Chrome because they always did. It's an effort. Again, most people don't put that effort in. Like having to go and actively open up Edge to download Chrome when you get a new computer is maybe, I don't know, maybe people don't change computers as often as they used to. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense though. There's a huge chunk of computer sales, absolutely massive chunk, is students going to university for the first time. So new users, new owners that wouldn't have had their own computer before, they'd use a family one or something like that. I guess that definitely would have changed during COVID. School-age children would have owned a laptop way more than they had before, which is interesting. And you know, I have no idea how COVID would affect these things because I don't really care, or haven't given it any thought before. You know what I mean? Just going to throw that there, and we'll do that. Wiggle that green around to fit it in. And that way and on that way. Make sure I've got the right kind of splitter. That one. Send that under there. So the thought, since Google is the most visited site, maybe people who Google are prompted to install Chrome if they're not on Chrome. That's interesting. Very interesting. Is Chrome always on Windows by default? I haven't had a new Windows installation in over a decade, so I don't know. It could be. But I thought that the European Commission on Who Cares had decided that Microsoft were no longer, their browser was no longer dominant, therefore they didn't have to allow for other browsers, you know, they didn't have to put up a prompt or automatically install or anything like that. So I thought it was just Edge, like that's it, and there was never a prompt to get anything else. But Mondo, interesting point. Maybe when you open, if you're on Edge and you open Google, does it say would you rather be on Chrome? I mean, I'm on Firefox and it doesn't say would you rather be on Chrome, or maybe it does and I haven't noticed, but you know. We're breaking this down. Let's put that there. 4 splitters. Maybe people still think Google is good. Maybe. Maybe. It's the leading search engine, definitely. But I mean, why would... yeah, Chrome. I don't remember Chrome being that big historically. So you talk about like choice inertia, they get Chrome because they've always had Chrome. But I didn't think the majority of people ever had Chrome. It was, you know, a quarter of the share, a little over. But I don't know. We do want all 4 directions. So we could just bring them together like that, but I kind of like how we've done it in the past, rotating these to all be the same. So we get 4 lines of bottom lefts all together here. Kind of like that. Let's, you know, I kind of like it, so we'll do it. This is going to be bottom lefts. Bottom left and there. We can join with the right joiny one. It's one of them. Four lines of bottom lefts, yep, very nice. And then I want next to that to be top rights. So this is going to be top rights. So that's a counterclock, 180 clockwise. It's a big problem. Yeah. People under 40 know about personal data. But people under 40 aren't really willing to make a decision. I haven't worded that how I meant to, but they might know that Google is taking personal data, but they don't really care enough to change their behaviour because of it. Here I just need a different shape, so bottom right will do. And here needs to be top left because that's the only one we haven't done yet. People don't care. Yeah. I don't know. Or, you know, nihilism. They've already got the data, so who cares? You know, you can't stop them from getting what they've already got. So people don't make decisions on trying to protect their data because why bother? Possibly, don't know. I have no idea what motivates most people these days. We're combining now. Let me grab one of them. They're going to be running that way, so I could do this, but it's probably not really going to fit. All of this might not really fit. Be nice if I could run that there. Well, we only need 4, right? Or 8 in total. Might work. Let's give it a go. Start there. Nope, that does not fit. But only by 2, so if I... Again, it's only temporary, doesn't have to be pretty. Squish them a bit closer. And squish them 4 a bit closer as well. Then everything will fit. Right answer now before we hit this. Well, the personal data argument's already been done. Like, the fight's over. There's nothing left to fight. You're going to lose your personal data if you put it on the internet or anywhere near the internet. There's no avoiding that at this point. That was a fight of 10 years ago, you know. It's the wrong way. Your cell phone your whole life is already on the internet, even without a social network. I mean, it depends how pessimistic you are. You can switch data gathering off, but can you really switch it off? And can you switch it off everywhere? And so on and so on. And I say pessimistic, not what's the word? Forgotten the word. Oh man, I didn't realise how close to the hub I was. Oops. Okay, this is going to be very squishy wiggly. Never mind. It's going there. Not there. We need to combine this shape first, so I need to bring these over, bring them together, and then we'll work out where the next bit goes. Conspiracy is the word I was looking for. It just came to me just then. The West rather be fighting lots of it. Well, here in the UK, we are in a surveillance state. Not everywhere, but in many major cities, it's already been done, you know. Not quite like every Chinese system, like in Chinese cities, but in not that dissimilar. That can go there. 4 of these don't need to go that far, I don't think. This is very, very messy, but, you know, like I say, we're going to rip it out pretty soon. As much as it does bother me. We want the white thing to go on top of this shape. So they're going in that side. That one's going in there. You can criticise the government and you get a notification that you have credit score. Well, sure, your credit score has been lowered, but it's the effect of that that matters. Imagine criticising the government and being arrested for it. Like, that is happening in the West all the time. And being arrested is worse than losing your social score unless your social score contributes to something else more meaningful. And yeah, and the NSA exists. The US is on a whole other world that, then, you know, I don't live there, so I don't know. Can't really comment on it. Wiggle all up, wrong way. Wrong way. We need that to go on top of these. So we'll need to bring this over first to go on top. Then these can feed in. And then what we get out the other side and we squeeze in this tiny little gap down this side should be the correct shape that we're after to progress. Man, that's a mess, but okay. There's a few dodgy ones at the start, then that number should start going up. That number is not going up and that scares me. That's just going to give you perks like being allowed to use public transport, being allowed to use loans. So loans and insurance rates, sure. Being allowed on public transport is the weird one. Very weird. It's not public if you can be limited from it. Number is still not going up, so something is incorrect about the shape. What have I done wrong? Oh. My white shape is the wrong way round. That's simple enough to fix. We'll just rotate it over here before it goes in. Square in the bottom right. That one has stopped. Why is that one stopped? Because I cut the line. Didn't fix it. Square should be in the bottom right, so that looks correct now. It's going to take a bit of time to flush through. See how it goes. How are we doing on upgrade shapes? Approaching 3 million of the purple one. That's a fraction of what we need. Less than 1%. We say something, people seeing ads about something they talked about. Not sure where I read it. These days I only read news from reputable news sources, so probably trustworthy, but possibly not. But Alexa is listening, and you'll get Amazon ads for products that you talk about in the UK, potentially not in Europe, where there's different data laws. And as in, it was admitted by an Amazon official in their media department that this was happening. Again, I can't know if that's true or not. There's no way to know if it's true or not, or if what I read was honest or not, but I have read that. It was acknowledged. I mean, you should be able to check that. If you're in Europe and you read the terms and conditions for an Alexa unit, it should tell you that it's going to do that. Optimistic about how much things can fall. Well, I'm in a house. I own it. I eat food every day. That, like, things could get worse. A hell of a lot worse. So, yeah. But when it comes to your data protection, yeah, they could get a hell of a lot better. For sure. Okay, number is going up. Yeah, I thought it was. I had clocked that in the back of my mind. I'll be glad to rip out what we've just built because that was not particularly pretty, but there we go. It's there. The number goes up, and when it reaches the top, we hit level 26, which should be the last shape before the rocket shape. 26, 27, no, 2 more shapes? 25, next is 26, do that shape, then there's 27, which is the rocket shape, I think. So yeah, one other non-permanent shape to deal with after this one, which is cool. I still don't have the thing I want, or I might be able to build it, but I haven't worked out a way yet. We're going to unlock virtual processing, which I'm pretty sure doesn't help me. We revisit the idea. What exactly am I trying to do? I'm trying to have 2 inputs with different shapes and 1 input in, and then switch between them based on what's in the hub. Can you wire the hub? It has a signal that is what it wants. That could work. That could definitely work. With a filter somehow. But that's, yeah, very. You can't just feed it into there because the. Like this, and we would take the signal. Just want a constant giving us a shape. So say that's the hub giving us the shape it wants. We would wire that. No. We would read there. And if they match, how would we do that? If they match, that's what I don't have a comparator. And no, or no, no, transistor, no, maybe. Blah. Yeah. Yeah, cannot. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah, Nick Blue, I did. Sequels, recent sequels that are actually good. Positively received, but actually you think are good as well. Be interested. Borderlands, I think, went downhill pretty quick in its sequels. Doom, the sequel was just the same game again, I thought. Don't know. Bioshock, yes. Including Infinite, I would. Pretty good, actually, I think, but yeah. Metro, just a continuation of story, but sure. I kind of agree with them. Five Nights at Freddy's, I've never even looked at. It's a horror thing, right? There's jump scares, so I'm probably not going to look at it, but interesting. Doblek, hello, welcome in. Nice to see you. Just got the game, it appears bugged. Don't know if it's a computer. Something similar. The map went up left and cursor is affected. No. Never had any trouble with this game at all. That I can remember. Never had any trouble I can remember with the game. I think it's been okay. Yeah, no, the funny stuff with the map. Can't say I experienced that, sorry. Don't think I can help much with what could be causing trouble there. Doom isn't really a sequel, one of the best. Yeah, I mean, Eternal is the sequel to Doom, and I wouldn't say that was that interesting. But if you mean Doom as a sequel to the earlier Dooms, very good, actually, yes. Yeah, that's a very good example if you think of it that way round. Recent Doom compared to the Dooms before it. Level 25 complete. Okay. Borderlands pretty much universally beloved apart from the last one. Interesting. But 3 compared to 2, is it that different? 2 compared to 1, is it that different? The pre-sequel, whatever. Meh. No, don't know, maybe. Maybe. Simulate the processing of shapes. We can simulate cutting, rotating, stacking and more on the wire layer. Sure. And on we go. So we can, instead of grabbing a signal, we can just make a signal. Right, like if we take a constant... What is that? Shape analyzer. Okay, I'll do those in a second. Let me finish the first thought I'm having. If I have a constant signal of... square, can I just grab square? Maybe not. Never mind. Blueprint shape. And I use a virtual cutter. Then I get 2 signals. Yeah, which is the left half and the right half of... Yeah, I mean, we can change the signal of a shape using virtual machines to change it, as the real one would, but taking up less space, I guess. Interesting. Very useful for analysing, and you make anything machine, I guess, needs one of them. The shape analyzer analyzes the top right quadrant of the lowest layer and returns its shape and colour. So you feed a shape signal in and it tells you what's the shape and colour in the top right bottom layer. I'm sure that has a use. Fine. And we've also unlocked a comparator, which is exactly what I said I wanted, so that's perfect. So my thought on that was, if we have a hub telling us blueprint signal, and we take what's on this belt and that, and if they're the same, and we feed into, or feed a boolean into the filter. I don't know why that says it isn't wired up. It is. Or maybe it isn't. I don't know. How does that work? I'd need to put the shape on there to check, wouldn't I? But I can like arbitrarily make that happen. I can arbitrarily make that happen over here with another reader. Not right there though. Wire that in green to there. Put a square on both of them. Yeah, maybe. Can't tell the difference between the Borderlands games. Yeah, not really. Enemy sponginess. Yeah, it's that kind of game. You deal damage, not kills. Yeah. Quite different. Soul of the games. Don't know. Different characters. Story continued, but the sequels didn't seem much more than the same thing again with its new issues. My thought here was, oh, I'm outputting from the wrong side of that. Okay, we need to grab the shape. If we get 2 of the same shape, so this would be the hub telling us square, this belt carries square, they are the same, then it opens that filter and through it goes. This we can use to do what I'm after. At that same point, we need to flip that in and disable the other one, the other filter over here. And then when they don't match, we run the other filter. So we'd have blueprint shapes running on the outside here, and they'd be constantly going in because the inside is stopped or empty or whatever. Then we feed in the shape that we're after, and the hub will ask for it, and that'll flick that one on and that one off. When it reaches that point, yes, we can use a comparator, the signal from the hub, and the filters to do what I'm after. It can be done, I think. In any case, I was wrong. Level 26 is the rocket. So we're at the rocket already. We can pull out this shape. We're done with it. And then we do need to deal with what we're actually going to do, like for realsies. Which is fun. Where are we? We got time, yeah. This is a lot of belts. Okay, there's that pulled out. The games before 3, there's only 2 before 3, 1 and 2 that are sold. Right, or am I? Was pre-sequel between 2 and 3? I thought it was after 3, but I could be wrong. The prequel was before 3. Okay. I thought that one was really not liked at all, but I could be wrong. Naughty and well-timed jokes. Humour is a very subjective matter. I don't like it at all. 300 studio that didn't get the thing and did the game different. Interesting. Interesting. I've completed them all and couldn't tell the difference. Have I? I think I didn't kill the end boss of the prequel, but got to it. I'm not sure, actually. Can't remember now. Could try them again at some point, couldn't I? It would be only fair to try them again. Okay. So we need rocket to progress, and we need rocket for upgrades. This is permanent. We need a constant supply of blueprint shape, rocket, purple shape, and logo shape. So in a simple way, we could just plug rocket shape into the left-hand side here, and there we go, we've got them all. But that doesn't leave us an empty gap. We don't need an empty gap. We need an option for an empty gap to feed in the next progression shape, which I'm not too worried about right now. That's what I was playing with, you know, we can do that later. The issue is that over time, you end up needing twice as much of the purple shape, according to the wiki. At the moment, it says 30k to 20 and 20, so I don't know how that works. If we're already past the point, or those ratios might change, I guess. And the amount we've done at the moment is so tiny compared to the amount needed that doesn't matter. So, yeah, we want to get 6 lines of this fed in, 3 lines of the logo, 3 lines of the rocket. We can have 4 lines of the blueprint shape. I think that's more blueprint shape than we need. The alternative would be give another line to each, or I guess 2 to... Okay, half a thought. Let me just place this out so I can think about it. We have 6 inputs for the purple shape. 3 inputs for the logo, 3 inputs for the rocket, and then we have 2 purple shape, 1 logo, 1 rocket, but they switch to being blueprint shape if we're under 1 million blueprint shapes. That we can't measure. That we can't measure, I don't think. Human gameplay for everyone. Just talking about how people... That's fair, yeah. If they enjoyed the humour and the lore and whatever in the first one, they would enjoy it in the second, but not in the third. Yeah, sure. time since the game, yeah. Yeah. To be able to swap over based on whether we need the blueprints, I could manually do it. I can see if we run low on blueprints and flick a switch that sends blueprints instead of those. That's an option. No. Am I missing something here? Don't think I am. You can see, I thought you could see somewhere. Yeah, stored. The data exists. What is stored in the hub? Got all these wrong shapes that we made in the past. You can't get it out. It's not. The only output here is what it's asking for. Yeah. I guess it would be way too complicated. The way this is set up, I think it would just be too complicated to grab that other data out. Interesting. Can't get anything out. So all I can do is like have a storage beforehand. We have a storage beforehand. It doesn't back up. Ever. It just keeps going into the hub, so this can't measure whether we need more or not. At all. Interesting. Epic Game exclusive, yeah. Yeah, but we're past that point now, right? It's on Steam now. It was at launch, which is a stupid reason to be upset about a game. Or to, you know, to think a game is bad. Or to, yeah, either way. So I can switch the inputs based on whether the shape, whether the level shape is ready or not. We can switch the inputs based on that. And when it's not ready, these shapes flow in. When it is ready, they pause and that shape goes in. I'm confident we can do that with some signals and stuff. But this with the blueprints, I just don't think we can. I don't think there's any way of stopping the blueprints based on whether we got it other than manually. Okay, so manually is an option. Because we just put a filter on every line. Leave them leading to nothing, to wire them into a switch. We can put there, I guess. Oh, you have to wire... interesting. The wire in a big mess, if you're me, I guess. That'll do. No, that's too messy, even for me. Put the switch on there. And the wires in nice and straight. Then you can switch them. Need to just prove that. They are all stopped. You switch it on, they all run. Okay. So you can disable some inputs like that, I guess. Borderlands 3 was the first big Epic Game exclusive. Yeah, it was a first one. Hated the thought of being exclusives. Yeah. Not quite how that works, but sure. Console anti-consumerist thing. Yeah, you can't. Exclusive doesn't really apply if there's no money involved. Like, the issue with a game only being on PlayStation is it's a £500 entry to get a play. Well, it's probably less than that these days, isn't it? But you had to spend hundreds of dollars or whatever to get access to that game. If the cost to access the game is nothing, that's not an issue. that's you know, fine if you have OCD and you can't have more than one games platform, but I mean, I had 2 or 3 before Epic's launched their store. Dark Souls revolutionized games, yeah. I mean, you call it a Souls-like, but that doesn't... it's probably not the best description for it, is it? Don't know. Is there another name for that kind of game? I know there is, I just can't remember it. So what we do with this is each of those lines feeds onward. And has alternative lines coming into it in some fashion that I've drawn really badly here. Just give it to them for now. I know what I'm doing with them. We just need a bit more space. Bring that out earlier. That one's a bit messy, but that's fine. So is that one, I guess. The squares come from there, and sure, I mean, green can come here, just so I've got my head around what's going on here. That doesn't work, no. Need to approach that differently. That just mixes it. If you stop these, just bin all this. Okay, I mean, it's viable. Just the green runs. If you turn it on, but you also want to disable these, that's the bit that's missing, sure. Grab all that. The same deal here. Wire that up to the same switch, but different. Can I wire? No. So we need to bring the green signal over, plug it in. Oh, do you do a... No, that won't work. It's a crossing without connecting, yeah, fine. But in between here, we need to invert the signal. Can I do that? Do I have a way of inverting? I just assumed I did, but maybe I don't. Third-person action game, that's probably, yeah, what I'm thinking, I imagine. First time in a while that a non-self-developed game had been locked. A non-self... It's the first time in a long while that a non-self-developed... What do you mean by non-self-developed? Been locked. People fear to be a background for exclusives. I mean, there already were exclusives. They were exclusive to Steam. And there already were a dozen plus launchers with fractured communities, like everything on Battle.net. Like, it already existed, and the worst bit was just that the Epic Game Store was crap, and still is. It does have a shopping cart system now. I think it does. I'm half sure I saw one, but maybe it doesn't. In-house developed. In-house developed. Non-self-developed. So you mean a game not made by Epic on Epic's store? For example, all the games on Battle.net are made by Blizzard. And they're... So that's in-house production. That's what you'd call that, yeah. Steam developed their own games and only had their games on their launcher. When you start paying other game studios to only publish on your platform, it's anti-consumer. I don't think it is. I think it's anti-consumer if you have to pay for access to it, or like there's any kind of barrier, like if you just have to download a bit of software when the alternative is you have to download a bit of software. Oh, ads again. Yeah. Virtual lets us change the shapes. It doesn't let us change a Boolean signal. Compare. Outputs are 1 if they're the same. Right. So if I compare, this could work. If we compare to a constant 0, they don't match because this is 1 and this is 0. If this becomes 0, they match. Good. I've made a whole mess here that we're going to have to keep here so I can keep my head around it, but I think I'm proving that this can work, even if it is messy. Green flows, we flick the switch, squares flow. So we let the squares flow, and then if we run low on blueprints, and I notice, I flick the switch, these disable and they go in. Yes, this is functional. Potentially. So we'll leave it there to prove that, and then we'll work out how on earth we fit it around the hub, along with another switch for the progression shape that we need. Yeah. I'm happy here. I've kind of proven we can do what I want. The other side is, instead of using a switch, we use a signal out of the hub, which is the same deal. And we can invert the signal by comparing that. Don't think we can. Yeah, in that case we'll have to look at how we invert the signal. But there'll be a way. I'm sure there'll be a way. Definitely. Steam is behaving weirdly since the UI overhaul. Yeah. It's still, yeah, we've said that all along, it's not that well developed. It's better than Epic, but not that well. Barrow is having to install and use worse versions of things you already owned. But you don't own it, but you already had, sure, you already... If you had games on Steam before, not everyone did, you know? Imagine getting you've never played a computer game before, you get access to a computer. Imagine if Steam wasn't the first thing you downloaded. You downloaded Epic Game Store instead to get the game you wanted. I guess it's because Steam is so dominant that that's just not a thing. That would never happen. Steam puts several things that Epic don't. Sure, Linux support, yeah. And Mac support might be better as well. Not great, but it might be better. Rich presence and achievements. Sure. I don't think they particularly matter, but accessibility things are right. Controllers, platforms, that kind of thing. Epic doesn't have them and the game isn't available without them, but then some games aren't available in English, you know? Should I complain about that? Should I demand that they get translated because it's anti-consumer to make a game that's not in my language? I mean, I guess it is. I'm not saying it isn't. It is, but it's a long stretch. Downloading an extra thing is I don't know. Maybe I am biased because I already had 2 or 3 before it came out, and it's just like, okay, it's another one. You know, I've got games owned by Blizzard. I've got games owned here, and that Epic were paying people to be on their platform and not on others. Like, doesn't affect me. And it's good for the developer, but you know. I'm still not sure how we're going to do this physically. I think we need to move our production lines of our existing shapes further away and redo them. I mean, they could do with redoing anyway. They're not the neatest possible. Not sure I can make them neater. They're not the neatest possible. Move them further out. Gives us more room to wiggle stuff around. The other thing, I suppose, is I should look at how we make the rocket shape, so I can factor in where we're going to do that and how we're going to do that. Kind of like that idea. We could even pool the 3 shapes together. There are shared elements here. We might consider how we can source the raw materials in a bigger pool rather than as 3 separate entities. Just a whole bunch of thoughts that I knew were coming that I don't really know how to tackle with right now. I think what I would like to do is make a rocket shape. So I have an idea about what we're tackling there. That's one important element of what's right ahead of us. So rocket shape is complicated. People asked Epic when they would support Linux and they used to laugh at them. I mean, at least he was upfront about it. Every other developer just doesn't do it. Okay. I mean, the circle is nothing. That's fine. You cut it into quarters, color half of it, and rebuild it. That's fine. And a white circle, no issue. And stacking them together, fine. A pointy corner is fine. This shape we can make. The issue is that the pointy corner is floating in an empty space above this shape. And we've seen that before. So we can slice this down and attach that corner to this before combining them. Something tells me it's just not going to be that simple because we've done that before. If I get circle and pointy bit, that's what we need to play with this. Circle and a star. We know the star's over here. Can I get... There's a star there. Here, circle and a star. Just bring these together to play with. Good old games together. Yeah. They're not that big. I guess. I don't know. Or it's just not worth it, is it? It's really not worth trying to compete with Steam. Why would you bother? 2,000 games working on Linux, but no client to access them, yeah. China owns 40%. Well, I mean, China owns 40% of the UK, so... Like, what China owns is kind of irrelevant at this point. And what they're going to do about it. Let us cut these down, as it's little bits that we are working with. So in theory, I want top rights and bottom lefts of pointy things. Top rights and bottom lefts. Let's get rid of the other ones. And top lefts and bottom rights of this one. The alternate, that makes sense. How did we do this? You need more, don't you? You need a lot more. You need to connect it to something that you can then cut. How did we do it here? Just run it back through my head. Overlap, and then half gets, or some gets binned, and we can bin more. I'm not against that. Here we only did the quarters. We could bin half if we need to. So you make them alternating and then cut, because that makes right. Okay. No. Ah, okay. Yeah. Just give me an alternating pointy thing. Not using, like using this bit. I'm going to rotate that clockwise and combine it. And then we're going to take a similar deal here. Want that to rotate 180 and combine it. For now, just bin them off. Then I want to combine them. Other way round. The circles on top. No, it's not what I'm after. Is it? Yes, that is what I'm after. Then we cut that in half. That goes in the bin. It's not right. Is it? I can't tell. Is there any way I can check. I don't think I can. Like use the signals to... No, I don't think so. I mean, I can read it and display it. Wrong side. That doesn't... I can't do anything with that display that helps me. Oh yeah. I mean, if you don't want to get the games that are on Epic, you don't have to, but yeah. It's just, to me, it's never been a barrier. Never. And the idea that every single video game should be available on a single platform is wild. You know, that's a monopoly. That every game should be available on every platform is just bizarre, but potentially the best option. I can see that. You only go there for the free stuff. The free stuff is good, but you know, it's it's a trick. You bought Darkest Dungeon, that was a mistake, yeah. I've got a couple of exclusives on there that have been disappointments in general, but you know. Got Timberborn and Industries of Titan and maybe some other things. Steam market share dominance would be a problem if they actually abused it. I mean, do they not? They take a massive cut of every sale and there's no alternative. Like, it's a monopoly is the issue at hand, seen as a monopoly. And the Epic Games Store only serves to benefit dismantling the monopoly. That might not be a sufficient motivation to counterbalance what you see as anti-consumerist. Removing a monopoly is pro-consumerist in theory, but who knows? This doesn't work. I don't think. It's hard to tell what layer that's on. Because, I mean, that's what we did down here, no? And it comes out the other side on the lower layer. This just doesn't seem like it has come out on the lower layer. Just gonna need you to stop moving so I can see. I zip too quick for me. I come through here. I get sliced, and that is on the lower layer, and that's fine because it's attached to that. It stays. So I am of the belief that cutting that and binning that, the circle is on a lower layer to the... It just doesn't seem right, but it doesn't look like it is on a lower layer, but maybe it is. Maybe it is. We then need to attach the other half, which is two of these things on the same layer. Is it this? No. We need to turn the pointy thing the other way. You know, whatever. We'll just do that here and we'll fiddle around later. Now that's on layer 1, and that's on, I was hoping, 2 and 3, though I'm not sure it is. It won't be because it would have lifted. That's on 1 and 2, and that's on 1 and 1. So if we want to drop that down a layer before attaching it, oof. Steam's delivered nothing but great features and good support? No, not really. It's a pretty rubbish platform. It's better than any other that are around, but that doesn't mean it's good. It's clunky as hell, and they've got no reason to improve it. Never have. They keep adding interesting features based on data, but not on usability. The data in Steam is very interesting, very cool. And it's also full of a lot of crap, but that's not like Steam. That's the developers on Steam. They don't moderate. No. They specifically said they don't. When they got rid of Greenlight, they said they're not moderating anymore. Other than things that, like, break the rules. Things that are in a grey area, just not moderated at all. This I know is wrong, but... No, that spike in the corner is on the wrong layer. Because you see the opposite spike is a different size. So they've been combined. These are both on layer 1, these are both on layer 2. So how do I keep... Oh, the spike is on... Huh? What am I missing here? The spike should be above. So it should be that way round. Okay. I mean, it's not quite clicking with this. We'll get there, definitely. It's going to take a bit. Seems like a life might develop all the features for developers and consumers. Developers get free access to server hosting, do they? I'm actually making sure. I don't think they get server hosting. Didn't think so. Maybe they do. Community forums. Well, some people do use, true. Discoverability. I wouldn't say advertising, but discoverability. And the online infrastructure. I mean, a lot of those you get from Epic. In fact, other than the forums, which are a social aspect they don't have, and I don't care, but some people do. All of that is there on Epic. Review system used to be very good, true. True. Sometimes still relevant, but you know, they've made some effort into making it relevant, it's true. Epic subsidising the small market share with Fortnite's profit, or with all Epic profit, which is pretty sizable from many sources, but especially Fortnite, yeah, I can understand that. Game developers pay for their own hosting for the game infrastructure. Do they? I didn't, you know, again, oh. Yes, unless the game is made in Unreal Engine. Yeah, if you make the game in Unreal Engine, you get the free stuff. I see. That's where my brain hadn't clicked. If you... An Unreal Engine game on the Epic Store gets all the free stuff, but other stuff doesn't. Won't even get more money for having it on Epic. Spike is on the higher level, which means you put the spike on top of the circle, but that's not what's coming out the other side, it's coming out smaller. Am I crazy? Is it? No, oh! No? No, the circle I want to be smaller. I've got them back to front. That is the right way round. The circle is on top because it's smaller. And we'll see this shape in the middle. In the middle, the spike is bigger than the circle. That doesn't appear to change. I mean, we can use the wire system to compare them. We've got enough to do that. Just compare the signal from the two readers, and if we get a 1, that doesn't work and shouldn't work. If we get a 1, it means that, oh, I'm reading from the right hand side. That doesn't work because I only want to read the right hand edge. We can't compare just the right hand edge. We can compare the top right bottom layer, but that doesn't help us. Even if I rotate it, I mean, it's the same thing. It's just not the same thing because of the layer. Gave in and got Mechabellum. It's what you were, it's vaguely what you were after, wasn't it? Like the auto battling with all of that. Having fun. Well, if you're having fun, it's worth it. Not so much that I'm missing something here, it's that I don't know if this is right. The circle is smaller, but so is the pointy bit. They look like they're the same size as this bit. In which case the circle is on layer 2 and the pointy bit's on layer 1. Which is good. We then just need to push this down a layer without putting anything above it. Push it down a layer without putting anything above it. What? Like if I just put something on top of this, it'll push it down a layer, but then when we can... no. I was thinking I could put the white circle on top of it, and that'll push it down. Then the white circle will be on 1 and this will be on 2. But then we need to push it down again without there being anything in the middle. Which is impossible as far as I know. Should we address this before, but there is a way of doing this that'll make perfect sense when I get to it. It probably involves just a concept I haven't considered. We make that shape, put a white circle on top of it, that's all fine. When we stamp that on top of this, this will get lifted to the second layer. So we don't want to do that. If we used the first layer to hold that on the second layer, still can't force that to the third layer. We already have it there. Look, if we put a white circle on top of this, we've got the right hand half correct. Kind of. I mean, I don't have a circle to hand, do I? Could just, oh, there's one down here. Let's just grab this. And if we put the white circle on top, or it might actually help. Also, I don't really need to build this out. I could use the wire layer and the virtual machines to work out how to do it. Just saying. And then this is on top of another circle, which... let's just use a square to illustrate that. Put that on top of that. And if we pretended that that background square was a circle, everything looks reasonably okay, except we're missing the left-hand half of the second layer. If we could stack multiple things. Because it's not as simple as just stacking those two together, we know that. That lifts... or it doesn't push this side down enough. Right. Currently the left hand half is on layer 1 and we want it on layer 2. Which again we can't. We need a bit sticking onto it. I guess when we cut this, we have to cut it in half. Can't cut it into quarters, that'll break everything. Couldn't cut it into less than half. Is there some way of forming this by sticking two different things together, including part of the circle above? I guess that's one layer below. Ah, no, I might have my head the wrong way around it. The circle. The circle could be the way of doing it. If you put a circle on this, it pushes it down. Bring me a circle. And stack the circle on top. pushes them down to the second layer. But if we combine them, it makes a mess. They'll go on top. So if we cut the circle away, that's on the layer, and so they're on the correct layers. That's all on the correct layers. I'm excited, but I don't know why. This game breaks your brain, yeah. 1/4 of the circle big and the other small, yeah. Pushing it around up and down, but you gotta hold it there. So what if we put the other half circle? This is my thought. Put that on the other half circle. So here we have layer 1 circle, layer 2 left half of the shape. Here we have layer 1 circle, layer 2 quarter circle. No, layer 2 pokey bit, layer 3 quarter circle. This won't make the shape I'm after. Nope. Because there's a layer between them. So here I'm putting the circle on top, but I want a layer between them. Oh, this is annoying. How can I push, but then hold it there? Because that's what I don't know. I've never done that. Have something on 1 and 3, and if you cut the 2 away, does it squish them? Maybe it just doesn't. So before we do this, we want to put something on the right hand edge that pushes them down, but it needs to overlap to push them down. So we needs to overlap to push them down. So we need a 3/4 shape here. This needs to be something on the right or whatever. I don't actually know what shape that is at the moment. Can I? Isn't it running? Need that there. No, need it there. Yeah. Need it to be counterclockwise 1. Okay. Just to keep things moving. A little bit. Still need to paint. Still need to paint 2/4 base. Yeah, I haven't made the shape properly. I haven't painted any of it. Don't think it'll make a difference to making the shape, just to getting it finished. Which the colour doesn't concern me because we know how to colour things. We can build that. And the bottom layer is nothing. Unless we use the bottom layer to manipulate the others, which I don't believe so. I think we might use the top layer to manipulate them. Possibly. Not sure. The bottom layer is just something that we can throw on later. And I've just put it on a square up here to illustrate it to myself. It's nothing. The issue is the other 3 layers. I don't know how to bring them together. What I've done is made this shape. I need to flush this forward a little further. We then put the circle over this shape, which I'd like to kind of just turn around a bit to make a bit of space. Things aren't flowing, just need to keep that there, keep it flowing. Change your mind. Don't want to see it in 3D anymore. I mean, the 3D is just the same thing. Like, you're still making well, I don't know. It looked like you're still making 2D shapes, but that may have changed. Dev Twix Prime, no. No. I don't get any value out of Amazon Prime, so no point. This doesn't do what I'm after. This does not, that to begin with doesn't do what I'm after. I want to push. I've created a three-way shape and I want to first push that down using a half of something. That side. So first of all, take this shape and push it down. Why isn't it moving? I need to bin them. No, I don't. That's not connected. Need to bin them. No, they're not connected. Something somewhere is... this is preventing motion. Sure. But then so is something. It's been there. See if that works. A control is free. Interesting. It was already free on Epic, so I've got it. But pretty interesting game to get for free as part of it. Prey. Yeah. Controls well. I get Prey. Prey's supposed to be pretty good, actually. Not my kind of thing, but supposed to be pretty good. This pushes... Not... hang on. Semicircle on level 1, other shape on level 2. Then we add the circle. Circle on level 1, semicircle on level 2, other bits on level 3. Cut off the right side. In theory... No, that doesn't work. Does it work? It works in theory, but it doesn't work, I can see from the output. Oh, I already had a cutter there. What was that for? It's not for that. It was like a... Oh, God knows what I've done here. Made a big mess, but there you go. It's kind of wild that Starfield's going to be on Game Pass day 1. Is it on Origin, or is it just directly on Game Pass? Because it'd be very wild to be on Origin day 1. But also interesting to be on Game Pass day 1. Missing a right half semicircle up there, so I'm going to use this one. Just needs rotating. That's what belongs in there. Everything is stopped again because of that. Yeah, Microsoft Xbox, yeah. So the Microsoft's Game Pass includes or EA's, whatever it's called these days. I called it Origin, that's the wrong thing. EA Access, I think it's called. One thing is not helping me here. It's been the stuff at the end. The guesses of this is causing stuff to stop. Bit weird. The whole Game Pass thing is very beneficial to devs. Interesting. I mean, I just assumed it was money, like Epic's deal is. So the shapes here. Semicircle on layer 1. No. Well, sure, that doesn't really look like it. pointy bit on 2, quarter circle on 3. Fine. Here, semicircle on 1, that matches, and then other shape is on 2. Back before we cut it, it was not. Yeah. This is a hell of a shape to make. So if you cut off, so it's on 1 and 3, but if you cut that and cut layer 2 out completely, it changes to be on 1 and 2. So layer 2 was removed, so it does squish them together. Is this game music? Yep, yep. This is the in-game soundtrack. I'm getting nowhere. We need to start afresh. Take a new look. Let's try colouring stuff. Might help. Or might not. I'll make it worse. Red circle. Red star. White circle would be nice to have. And I'm not in a great spot for that. But okay. Not going to give up in one session, but if I can't get it next time, we'll be looking it up. I'm just missing something, but I don't know what. I feel like it can be simplified. Like you can just form something, cut it in half. Maybe not even that. The issue I had was the left half being empty here, but it's the third layer. So the issue isn't that the pointy bit is floating above here, so this shape is floating above the pointy bit. That's at the bottom, which for now can just be a grey one. Never mind the half and half. Or why don't we mind the half and half? Might as well. Let's always do it. You know, low volume so I can see it. Top right and bottom left. Go into Painter. The other two do not. Recombine. You can use a splitter there, right? You get one shape in one and one shape in the other when things flow properly. Pulling them back up. Incorrect orientation, so there we go. There you have it, there's the bottom layer. So all the pieces are here, just, yeah. Reminds me a bit of instrumental radio song. Interesting. Some of the harmony from Satisfactory. Interesting. So the issue with manipulating the layers is something has to overlap. That overlapping bit is cut off and sent away because we're not going to use it. So when we cut it off, it breaks. I feel kind of like just making the bit of the shape. So where are we alternating that one and that one? And then the bottom left. Where is that's top right? Oh. Those are the shapes involved, but that's not how you make them. That's way too simple. That is it above. That's perhaps what I'm getting wrong in my head. The smaller ones are higher up. That's above that one. So like this is correct. We just need to get that underneath it. Underneath it. With there's half a thought. We do use the bottom layer. Put that on top of the bottom layer. And then put that on top of that. No. No, something wrong there. There's no overlap, so it just does it on the same layer. The second layer is all of these pieces. This shape coming through here isn't what I was trying to make. What do I need? I need the top half rather than the right half. Something that overlaps with the other shape. Yes. But then the bottom right overlaps with that shape. So 1, 2, 3. And there. Because they don't overlap. Interesting. Okay. Oh, new plate up update. Interesting. Are there any new recipes? Do I have to deal with that? Recent mod fiasco, kind of reluctant, but give it a try. Yeah, fair enough. You know, some actual coffee shop stuff. Ah, interesting. If I have to do more recording, then that'll be annoying, but sure, I'll do it. Sounds interesting, though. Coffee shop stuff. It overlaps, but it doesn't matter because there's nothing there. So do we kind of have to like make half of the finished shape and throw it away? Can we? What if we don't cut this? That won't help at all. There's your issue, they're on the wrong layer. I saw some of the kitchen lid thing, it wasn't... I'm not sure of the specific incident. It had a back door, right, that was left in. And I think the developer of the mod used it on a stream or something. On a streamer who wasn't expecting it or something like that. Or I don't know if it's just people speculating that they could do it. I don't know. Yes, the community manager knew that they were capable of doing that months ago. I see. That's the issue. They didn't fix a backdoor that they should have. I mean, you know, that's what new game devs do. They make mistakes, and that's a pretty big one. Need to overlap with something, but when we do, it creates what we're not after. But if we can cement it in on the right layers, and I think that's the main issue, is it doesn't. Like, we just arbitrarily add something that causes it to push down. For example, we just bring in another circle up here, just one that doesn't matter, and we'll cut it quarters, sure. I'm adding that to the bottom left of this. To force that shape down. Is that even right? Same guy uploaded the Harmony mod. Right. Well, Harmony's a third-party thing, I thought. Might not be in PlayTub. Or might have been adjusted specifically for PlayTub, I guess, by them. Premeditated, maybe. Well, yeah, it's not right. So that adds the extra layer. Yeah, which works, other than the bottom left corner is now incorrect. And if we cut this in half, then rotate that, cut it in half again, we've rotated clockwise, so rotate that counterclockwise, bin that, recombine them. No. But, okay. Bin that. That right half is wrong. Kind of looks right. Correct. Just concerned that the bottom right has only got 3 layers, so one of them may have shifted, but it doesn't look like it has. That looks correct. It's a lot to go in the bin, but if it does it, it does it. Files the same as official ones. Interesting. You research faster, hob upgrades rotate. Sure, that's pretty big. Swap between danger and safety is nice. What we need is the left half, and the left half is the one I have a problem with because it's got an empty layer, so we can't have it. So I can't just combine the left half with this because it has an empty layer, which won't hang around. Combine and cut, so we'd redo the whole thing but overlap it differently and then cut, and it's gonna, I mean, we can try. Just split. I'm not sure splitting's really gonna work. Throughput issues, but we'll split that. Split this. We need to split everything and then have an outlet. The issue is the empty layer, so we still need half these. We combine them. We need the overlap again. I think we do, but it can't be on the left now. It needs to be bottom right. Sure, I mean, we can take half of these. Rotate them counterclockwise. Combine with this. Or the other way around. Add that on, yeah. Add that on. Cut that. In the right. Combine them. Get the wrong thing. That's what I thought would happen. Just wanted to backflow so I can check if it was ever correct. in the middle here. See you in a second. There we go. Yeah, it was correct at that point, and then when you cut it, the layer gets deleted and everything moved up. So how do you pin it down? You need... Every way I approach this, at some point we have to cut something that causes the layer to disappear. So it's kind of like this is the wrong approach entirely. It's not like the logo shape. It uses some kind of different strategy. Because once we found a strategy that worked for the logo shape, I stopped thinking. I just used that. Maybe alternatives. But it would kind of make sense. You're making 3 shapes. One's basic. One involves some process to get that floating layer. This involves a different process to get this floating layer. The second layer. Well, I guess that's also floating. But the missing layer in the top right and the bottom right doesn't move because they're pinned together. How can we pin this together? It has to get cut. Keep it attached to something that has the extra layer. There's 4 layers in the bottom right corner here, so as long as they're there, everything holds. But that can't be combined with this on the right, because then it... Ooh, unless you use the 5th layer. What happens if you do just combine that with that? You get a right mess. It maintains the left-hand side. So what if we should do exactly the same thing? It maintains the left-hand side. Can we do it bit by bit? Don't think we can because of the floating layers. If you take something with 4 layers and you put a layer on top, sorry Mr. Microphone, it gets rid of a layer. That doesn't always, like the order that works I don't particularly understand. I can take a look. Creates that shape. If you combine that with itself, you get a 4-layered shape. We add a star to that. So put the star on top. It doesn't go. Put the shape on top of the star. The top layer of the shape disappears. The shape on top of the star, the top layer of the star disappears. The shape on top layer of it disappears. So this is the way around that I would hope would work. You put the 4 layers on top and the 4 layers disappear. Including their left-hand half because they're not they're not independent, so they can't drop into place. That doesn't work. I don't think you can use the 5th layer to do what I'm after. It's a shame, but there we go. Mr. Microphone took a bit of a hit there. He seems okay. Bit short of ideas right now. Can't hold that in place. It seems like you do it without the background. We've got 2 layers, we can deal with that. Putting them onto the 3rd layer. Still couldn't get my head around that either. It feels like I need to look it up. But then the logo shape felt like that when we started as well, and 2 hours later or whatever, I eventually got my head around what we were doing. But I think doing a similar thing here. I just feel like it has to be different enough in some way. It's the bit that we remove. Any way that I cut the final shape, there are layers missing. Any way I look at that, if you cut it in half anyway, half of the shape has an entire layer missing. So the only way to avoid that would be for it to not exist at all, which is to say you don't put the base layer in. You create the rest of the shape and put that on the base layer. I think we're back to that idea. So we get rid of, I mean, it can live here, that's fine, just leave it for later. Just using these 3 pieces. And I still feel like using the white circle to hold things in place is somehow relevant. And overlap, what if we overlap more? Not more. Ever tried just reform 3/4 of each? Rotate one of them around a bit. You get if you put these silly shapes together. Anything helpful? Not really. I mean, it still lets you cut the half if you turn that around. And this is not what we're after, but similar. Like if you did them the other way around. It's no different to using halves. The 3/4 is no different to using halves, I don't think. Not that either of those help. Pushing them together in any way? No. We got quite far by just making the shapes and trying to push them together. There's still something missing there, wasn't there? I relied on using the bottom layer, which I'm not sure on. It might be the way. Might end up back in there. Make 3/4 of the shape and then overlay it. You end up throwing some away. That's always the case. How does it compare? Let me just get that shape pinned to see it. Does it compare? It's like back to front. So instead of 3/4 below, it's 3/4 above. So it is like different, fundamentally different. This has one corner that is above the other one, which we just overlay to get it above there. So if we're overlaying to get above, we want to overlay the whole thing there. Can I get that shape? I can get that shape out of the ground somewhere. Could help actually, but you know, we're not super helpful. Let's make it over here somewhere. After like 3/4 of this. And rotate it the other way, counterclockwise. And then the bottom right from here And the top right corner of this is going to get removed. That's so removed, and then everything gets pushed to the second layer. But then you... So I can take that shape and stick the white circle on top of it. Push it down. So white circle's on layer 1, that shape's on layer 2, the top right corner is incorrect, and something. But we did this before, and the layer just disappears when you... What if we can make that shape first? We want this to be red, just for sanity. No off. We want the whole thing to be red. My bad. Then, say we cut the right hand half off that. Bit on the left is still correct. Layer 1, layer 2. Now we create the right hand half, which is the one where we have to overlay. Cut these in half. Now what do we overlay? We want to make the right half. We need a circle on top of this, but rotate that clockwise and put 3/4 of a circle over it. No. Rotate that clockwise. Combine them. No, because that doesn't overlap with anything. Give me 3/4 of this. And the empty one needs to be top right. They're not connected. That's the wrong way round. Right? The pointy bit needs to be bigger than the circle. Wrong way round? Maybe? Definitely going insane with this one. And if we cut that just in half, the left half is a bunch of rubbish. The right half has pointy bit bigger than quarter circle. We want to join that to this. No, because we're missing the half white circle. So do we need another? Put the white circle on top of that. And then cut it off. Yeah, it's just half a white circle. White circle on 1, pointy quarter circle on 2, pointy thing on 3. Here, white circle on 1. So if you combine them, white circle should be on layer 1 of both of them. But it's not. Why? Because it's forcing the bottom layers together. So layer 1 is the bottom, not the I keep referring to layer 1 as the top layer. And I guess it's not. The first one it combines is the bottom layer. how... we can't add a third layer to this shape because then we would need to take it away. Can't make the quarters individually because there'd be missing gap layers. No. Oh, no idea. I've bashed my head against this for as long as I can for one day. Patience is running out. We are 4 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, and there's no point in keeping going if I've gone down every avenue and hit a dead end. Need a fresh brain to look at it. So we're going to save the game and wrap things up for today. We'll be doing shapes again soon. What I don't want to do is start the next stream and spend like 4 hours stream just bashing my head against this and never getting it. So I'll give this some thought tomorrow and maybe play around with some bits and pieces in a sandbox or something, see if I can work out anything. If I can't work it out tomorrow, then I may just look up a solution so that in the next stream we're just building. I don't feel like bashing my head against it more on stream. You've seen how that goes. If I'm very close to it, then do pop into the Discord and let me know that I'm very close to it. And maybe I'll give it a go without cheating. But yeah, there's no point in trying anymore today. We're not really getting anywhere, as far as I feel. So we'll come with a fresh brain and look again another day. Thank you for joining me. Anyway, welcome Mondo. Thanks for being here. Everyone else who's lurking away, everyone who popped in, everyone who's had in a chat today, appreciate it. We will be back with shapes quite soon, actually. I was thinking Saturday. I know we don't usually, but I don't feel like playing many other things. I just feel like playing Rift Breaker and shapes. So we're going to play Rift Breaker tomorrow and shapes on Saturday. And then probably Rift Breaker again on Sunday would be my idea. And unless I do just get that urge to play something different or something new, and then we can see that, you know, these are the games I feel like. So we'll just alternate between the two, I guess. Like I say, hopefully we can get a little further in the next shapes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have a little break tomorrow anyway to just blow things up and squash bugs, and that'll refresh the brain, I'm sure. And then we can see how it goes. Anyhow, let's raid into someone for the rest of this evening. Sorts of people on. Would you look at that? Do I feel like plate up update watching? No, I kind of want to just read the notes first. Ravs and Toasty could be a good deal. Good duo. Someone smaller. Smaller is nicer, isn't it? Estrus is playing old Anno. Interesting. Ravs and Toasty game seems fun. Yeah, Bread and Fred's the one with the two... Are they attached penguins or something? Oh, that could be nice. I guess Sek is doing Power Wash. I might end up there a little later anyway. But I think Ravs. Just get through the end. And yeah, it's the one I was thinking of. 2 penguins and they're attached. I think that'll be fun for a short bit to blast the brain away. And then I might, if Sek's still going later, we'll head over there for some power washing. Line that up. Rouse's channel is intended for mature audiences. I'm not surprised. Seems good. Lined up. Perfect. Thank you once again, everyone. Whatever you're up to after the raid, wherever you end up, do have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah, hopefully see you in the coming days for some more streams. Weather looks like it's going to stay cool, so feels good at the moment. We can get some more streaming done. Have a good one.